everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Hey guys, we are about to try to go through at least 25 of these. At least 25 of these. And again, if we go through more, I'll change the title thingy. But we're going to try to go through as many of these as we possibly can. Now, last time I was asked, have I seen the one from Brett Payne? And no, the first 50 of them, there's not a single report from Brett Payne, if I remember correctly. But now, the very first one for the next section, so this would be supplemental number 51 through, I think it ends at 99. No, it goes straight to 100. Let me open the page. I am pressing the wrong button. There it is. I don't know why it doesn't save it. Like, I was just live a few hours ago. I know that it knows the way that I had it saved when I was just live a few hours ago. So I don't know why it does this every time. I have to go in and fix it every single time. I really just do not like that at all. I just don't. It's some boo-boo. Okay. Now I'm going to put this up here too. Because the last one, we had autopsy stuff. So it was needed. And so we just really don't know what they're going to say, what they're going to figure out, what they're going to put in here. So we're just going to keep the trigger warning up. Now, I went in to and finally listened to the sound that everyone was hearing coming out of my microphone. I don't know what in the frick frack that was. It didn't even have a rhythm to it. I don't know what that was. And it was just like doing it anytime it wanted to, which was weird. Now, I didn't have any other devices on anywhere near my microphone. My microphone's like up here, like way out of like my hands. I've like secured down the cords some more. So it's not like moving around like whenever I'm like talking all crazy and I like might hit the desk. So maybe, I don't know. We're going to see. So far, it should be okay. Okay. So we're going to start with Brett Payne. And this is supplemental number 51, and this is dated 12/4/22, but it looks like it's initial scene response and evidence collection. So the very first run through of what they actually took in. It's wasting so much space right here. You guys can't even actually see that. Okay. Okay, so there was foot cast, fingerprint lift ×5, cell phone, laptop. There's the sheath right there in the white blanket. We knew that that was like together. Blue phone, vape pen, fingerprint lift, steak knife. That would most likely be the one that Hunter had. Blood swabs, disposable camera, laptop, latex gloves, laptop, iPad, bedding packaging. Again, to me, that's like someone just bought packaging, like brand new packaging, and like left it there like it was still out. Game bags. I'm not really quite sure what this means by game bags. And like my kids are like super gamers and I don't know what a game bag is. I'm not really quite sure what that means. At approximately 1600 hours on 11/13/22, Sergeant Blanker and I responded to, okay, so this is like his first draft of what became the PCA. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Okay. At approximately 1600 hours on 11/13/22, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and preparing to begin processing the scene. Okay, so that part's the same, which still sort of stood out to me. I guess because they had to go through like a bunch of channels to get ISP like involved. But at this point, this is 4 hours after the 911 call, and the forensic team is preparing to begin. So it's been 4 hours, and like no forensics have gone in there technically, I guess, unless you count like the ones from Moscow. But ISP is the one who ended up really taking in the majority of everything because of how much help they needed. So I just still find the 4 hour 4 hours is a long time. OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered 1122 King Road through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar, and I could see a bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside. Okay, so this is that empty bedroom. So they just decided to take like all kinds of stuff out. Okay, so this is the empty bedroom then. I followed OFC Smith down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to this small bathroom to the east was what I later learned was a utility closet. This closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. I looked into the bedroom on the east end of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to Bethany Funk. The room had normal clothes and personal items, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south wall of the room. There was also a small TV in a void on the northeast corner of the room. In a void? We're having a storm. So also if I cut out, it's just because, you know, the internet loses the storm, you know, to the storm quite a bit here. In a void, that's still like an odd like wording. Like, is he trying to say that it looked like something was missing there? Or was it just like the TV was too small for the spot? He probably could have used a different word to not let it draw so much attention, because I feel like that's a strong word for like something might be missing. Guess we'll go past that. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. So we have a black backpack on the floor, like next to the top of the stairs that lead up to the living room? Or is this like that leads up to the third floor? I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. That could be literally like, I don't even know, because he's on the second floor. Okay, we'll figure that out later. Y'all might figure it out in the chat. We'll figure it out later. OFC Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a Okay. As I approached the room, this wording feels different to me. I don't know why this wording for some reason feels different to me, but I know that they mentioned the bathroom before. So why did this just like stop me for a second? I know they mentioned the bathroom before. I don't know why this is making me feel like this is different. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. Kernodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east and her head was facing west. Oh, they have like all kinds of descriptions in this one. Okay. Kernodle had on that type of underwear and a gray sweatshirt. There was a large amount of red on the floor around Kernodle as well. You know what? I think I can make this a little bit bigger for you to see. Okay. I could see numerous wounds on Kernodle's arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Kernodle on the west wall was a small white nightstand, which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. So moved during a struggle. There was red on the nightstand in various locations. So those must be the nightstands that we read on the list earlier that they took in as like full-on evidence. The bed in Kernodle's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom, with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall. I could see a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, lying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. See, it's so interesting to hear that he's on his back here, because in the book and in some portions of the Amazon series, they describe him as laying on his side. Like he would have been sleeping on his side, and like he would have been maybe the one that was honestly attacked in his sleep, which could explain why there wasn't like a big struggle between two men to sort of like give their theory more balance. But that is opposite of this, because this is like he would have been a whole different position, not just like lying with his head facing a certain direction to where he couldn't even like see whenever he opened his eyes what was going on behind him. This is putting him in a completely different. That book was written for a reason. I've been like really sketched out about this book and the way that a lot of things have been described. And now with these documents coming out, it's been interesting to like go back and think about the narrative that's being pushed by certain angles. And then you read the documents. Okay. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed so that his head was up against the south wall and his feet were hanging off of the bed on the north side. So he was hanging off the bed on two different directions. I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck area, but could see a very large amount of red on the bed, as well as what appeared to be red spatter on the wall next to his head and neck. So if his head was up against the wall in the bed, sort of like hanging, and his feet were hanging off the other side. Yeah, he was literally hanging off like two sides. Okay, here's where it also talks about large cuts to the back of his legs. Where? Okay, so the book, whenever it's discussing how he's laying on his side, it says that there's wounds on his buttocks area. So if this is saying the back of his legs, there's nothing being described in like the small part of the autopsy report that we did read. Because we were just questioning, like, why didn't it say anything about that? So is this like the back of his thighs? Like upper thigh? Or is this like the calf area? Because I could have sworn whenever the rumor first started and then people thought that it was like, you know, being proven, it was the calf area. Because it says, I noticed two large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs, which to me would mean like one on each side. The wounds appear to be deep into the tissue, but were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. Right, because he would have been laying on his back. So at some point, he would have been like not on that bed. He could have easily just landed there, the same way that I said that Kaylee could have landed in the position the Goncalves says she landed in, like up against like that corner, sort of like hunched over. That's just where they landed. Sounds like almost the same thing here. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed to Dylan Mortensen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. Mortensen's bedroom opened to the kitchen area as well as the staircase, which led to the third floor of the house. Upon my brief visual inspection, Mortensen's room was disheveled, but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within it. So at this point, he's walked around the house and walked towards Dylan's room, and the door is open, and there's a latent shoe print in the threshold of the door, meaning it would have had to have happened as the door was open, not whenever the door was closed. So is it safe to maybe determine that it's a possible, it's possibility that that was done by somebody else that was walking around the house that had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever? And that maybe during like something that happened with the police doing their investigations, it got mislabeled as something important and it wasn't? Because there's so many freaking feet walking around before that thing even gets found. And they made a big deal about it. And I don't, at this point, if they've never told us the shoe size of the print or anything like that, then what was the point of even telling us about it? Them telling us in the PCA about some 14-inch shoe print that matched something would make sense. But they don't even tell us anything about the size of this latent shoe print. To this day, there's not been a single verification of the length, the size, the measurements, no nada. Why? Okay. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves' room. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note was that the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed and then gotten out of it. I literally said, I don't believe from day one, broski. Day one. I said, there's no way they fell asleep in the same bed. Not in my opinion. I felt like Kaylee got out of bed to go check on something that was going on. So if that's the case, then she really was in her bed that night and got up for some reason. That's wild. Okay. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified as Mogen and Goncalves, were laying on their backs with their heads towards the east and their feet towards the west, which was also the direction of the only door into the room. Both Goncalves and Mogen had numerous visible wounds and were covered in a significant amount of red. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. Now, that's pretty much the exact same verbiage that's in the one that we ended up getting from him. The only difference between his and Blaker's when it comes to this, which it's still a difference because up until this point, it's making it sound as if him and Blaker are walking around and both being led by Officer Smith. But that's not the case really whenever you read Blaker's. But at this point, for Blaker's, it says that like he was later told about it being there. Idaho State Police told him about it being there. He doesn't take any ownership. Blaker doesn't take any ownership. Because with this one, it says, I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath. But the later is the key word here, because this doesn't sound like you would have like actually seen it on your first round. You're just kind of saying that like, yeah, I noticed it later. Was it because of pictures that got taken? Like I've always questioned, like, what do you mean by later? Because everything else is very like, you know, happening, like as it's happening, as it's laying out. This is the one thing that's out of sync. And if it's what day is this being written? Let's go back up here. This is being written on 12/4. So anytime between the 13th and the 4th could mean later. If you want to be so for real. And then it says, I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. They don't say nothing at all about him hanging out in the room for a minute. And the one we got. I remained on scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, the Latah County coroner, and the Latah County prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Nunez, the ISP forensic team, led by Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson, processed the scene and collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned these items over to me that evening, and I transported them to the MPD temporary evidence storage. On the morning of 11/14/22, I booked the items into MPD evidence with the help of evidence custodian TS. Yeah, there's a lot of differences in this one. I'm going to end up clipping this one too, because this is like literally the original, the OG living document, the original story. Holy crapazoli. So now we need to do a video where we do a comparison between the one we actually ended up getting and this one and see what they took out and try to determine why. I mean, I understand them not needing to put the fact, like, you know, the kind of underwear that she had on and all those kinds of things, but to not describe Ethan more. Why? Why are we not talking more about Ethan in the PCA? There's so much detail in here about Ethan. Why is that so covered up already? You have to seriously sit back and think about the person and the people that were taking over the investigation versus what all these documents are coming out here and trying to say. Okay. The biggest question out of the entire PCA was, why is there one line about Ethan? Why is there nothing else about Ethan? The Chapins took over shit real quick. The university took over shit real quick. From the beginning, Ethan was out of this story. It's becoming obvious why. It's becoming hella obvious. There's so much in here about him. That's insane. Okay. On to number 52. This is another one by Brett Payne. And this is from 12/4, vehicle test runs and glove collection. Okay. Whew. Y'all hear that thunder? It's thundering. At approximately 1,700 hours on 11/24/22, so 11 days later, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Ridge Road, once westbound on Louder Avenue, and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. Okay, so even some like original points of view for when they say suspect vehicle. At this point, they're really only going for like the actual like neighborhoodish area. They really can't do much else. They really just can't. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at blank Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Oh, so they were already onto the camera thing when it came to Ridge Road. That's interesting. And this car that he's driving is silver. Okay. Once I completed, who else's car was silver? Eric's. Eric Gower apparently picked them up in a silver Prius, from how all of this is like wording stuff. So him testing a silver car is interesting. Like, what was the original thought, that he dropped them off and then like went to go get whatever he needed and tried to come back? Because that's silver. I advised the command post of the times. Okay, Ridge Road in order to compare the color. Okay. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route MM stated she took while on foot near the house on 11/13/22. I also marked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange-tinted street lights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white street lights. Okay, but what about the cameras? I also, like the actual cameras, like the 11/12 cameras. I also walked down and spoke to OFC Tesdall, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke to Officer Tesdall for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot approximately 25 feet from the front door. The glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in that spot for a couple of days, as it did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked Officer Tesdall for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid. Holy shit, are you telling me that they did not find the glove with the blood on it until after Thanksgiving? They didn't find this until 11/24? I could have sworn that it was like 11/20 we were given for that. What? We were told 11/20. This is 11/24. I know I'm not crazy. I mean, I know I'm not like that kind of crazy. I know they said the 20th. Okay. What is going on? This substance's color and consistency was consistent with dried red. Officer Tesdale provided me with an evidence bag, and I collected the glove as evidence. The glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove with a rubberized palm and finger. So this was no like latex throwaway glove. We about to just, We just about to get a picture because what the frick is he talking about? Oh, you mean like those insulated ones from the 4chan post? The insulated kind. Oh, I've seen these. How interesting. Interesting. This type of glove is often used for concrete work. Oh, a construction thing. That's interesting too. I brought the glove back to MPD and booked it into MPD evidence for submission to the state lab. The videos of the vehicle test runs were later collected and added to the FBI video files for this case. What the what? I know damn well they said 1120 for that. I am just like, what is happening? I cannot wait to go back in and do all the comparisons to stuff because holy crap, so much is different. And if dates of things are changing, then there's just a straight up lying happening. Straight up lying happening. Okay, this is number 53. This is Tyson Barrett's. It's like short and sweet. On 12/5/22 at about 1000 hours, I met with this person, initials LE, at the U of I office of the Civil Rights and Investigation. I provided E with a USB flash memory drive, and she downloaded information that was requested by the investigation team. I returned to the police department and gave the USB drive to MT with the FBI. Now, this is like, I think, the second time we've heard of them going to U of I and getting information. The other part, I think, was about like cameras. Some camera footage. Okay, here's the Tinder warrant for Kaylee. From Lawrence Mowry wrote this one. On November 29th, 22, I applied for and was granted a warrant for any data associated with Kaylee Goncalves' Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. They used the phone number, and then there was a Yahoo and a Gmail account. It's raining. On December 2nd, 2022, I received an email from NR, Senior Paralegal and Director of the Legal Department for Match Group, the parent company for Tinder. In this email, I was directed to use the law enforcement portal, and there it is, and resubmit the warrant. So he must have done something incorrectly, maybe? On December 4th, 2022, I registered for access to the portal and received an email stating I was approved to use the portal and served the warrant. I logged into the alert portal and submitted the warrant again per R's request. On December 5th, 2022, I received an email from Tinder stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant were available to download. I logged into the law enforcement portal and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Tinder's Match website. Okay. This is, okay, so these are probably going to end pretty much the same way. We've looked at every single one of these warrants. This is just Detective Mowry like describing more, I guess, in like a report form, like what he actually did. But in all reality, all of this information is like on the warrants, and we've gone through all of them. So this one is for Department of Labor, December 4th, 2022. I found I received an email forwarded to me from KW of the Idaho Department of Labor. The email was from Michael Douglas of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to the Department of Labor. The email contained a single file with the data requested pursuant to the warrant served on the IDOL. The file was downloaded and saved onto the computer located in the secure computer forensic lab located at the Moscow Police Department. In examining the file, it showed the requested party's name, date of birth, and social security number with the corresponding screenshot of their reported income. And then he completed the warrant and sent the receipt where it goes. See, we should probably, well, I'll probably end up just doing something like presentation form. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll put it to where like the warrants and the reports are like in some sort of like slideshow thing like together so that y'all can see them all together maybe. I'm trying to figure out the best way to like organize everything at the end of the day, because now there's all the documents from the Idaho Public like website we've been using for years now that go in between all of these. Like these are now to be filed in between all of those dates. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. Okay, this is Lawrence Mowry, K-Bar warrant. Okay. K-bar warrant. Oh, look at this. Was this closer to what we saw? No, I don't remember Cutco Corporation. I'm pretty positive the one that we saw that came out was from Amazon. So this is different. And they have initials and like the last four of their addresses, which is like the most dangerous part of the address to have because it's like GPS location. That's wild. Okay. On December 4th, 2022, I found I received an email forwarded to me from PM of Cutco Corporation, a parent company of K-Bar Knives. The email was from Michael Douglas of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to K-Bar. The email contained a single file with the data requested pursuant to the warrant served on K-Bar. The file was downloaded and saved onto a computer located in the Secure Computer Forensic Lab located at the Moscow Police Department. In examining the file, I located numerous individuals and companies who had purchased products matching the descriptions in the warrant. In the state of Idaho, the following sales of 1,217 knives were located. Holy crapazoli. So there's Boise, St. Charles, Lewiston, Mountain Home, Rexburg, Coeur d'Alene, Caldwell, Cascade, Payette, Jerome, Napa, in Washington. Oh, 1217. That's like, I guess, like the serial code. Okay. So these are the ones from in Idaho. I don't see one for Moscow, one for Boise, and then there's Coeur d'Alene. So then in Washington, there was 5 Vashon, Port Angeles, Arlington, West Richland, Asaqua, Olympia, Port Arthur, Spokane, Redmond. I mean, there's just a bunch. Seattle, Colby, Tacoma, Pullman. There's one for Pullman. I wonder what code this is right here. Kent, Spokane. What was the date? Did it show the date? 7/11/22. There's initials. MM. What if it's Molly? What if this K-Bar purchase is Molly, the DoorDash driver? Seven 7/11/22. Pullman, Washington. Right? That's in Moscow, I thought. Look, let me put it at the top. Right here. MM 7/11/22 MM, Pullman, Washington. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter if she's claiming to have seen him or not. I mean, I know she didn't. That was Plunder that started that bullshit. I knew that was a lie. That's not ever what she ever said. But she's a DoorDash driver. We know that she was actually there. So what if he got DoorDash and she like delivered his DoorDash and like they shook hands or he gave her a cash tip and somehow like his DNA got on her and then here she goes over there to the DoorDash and the DNA really got transferred because the real person touched whatever Xana had because that's where the DNA, like it really can't transfer that crazy, bro. This is blowing my mind right now. No, I think that she probably was the DoorDash driver because she dashed a lot. But whatever she was going to say, I really feel like it was just that she was the DoorDash driver. I don't think she actually like saw anybody. Because remember where that information really came from. Drunk freaking turkey face. Claiming that somebody messaged him. Oh, somebody messaged me because she trusted me. Said that she was friends with DoorDash lady and told me all this information. Bro. No. Nothing about that, like, her seeing him was ever validated. Ever. Plunder came out with that bullshit, wanting to stir up a bunch of crap like she always does. Drunk Turkey lied, apparently, or whoever contacted him played him and lied. Nothing about her seeing or being there or even anything about her was even mentioned at the hearing. And he was told, present what you were going to present. Nothing about her talking about anything. We don't know that. They've never told us if it was handed to anybody. At least not in these records yet. I haven't gotten to that part. I mean, I don't disagree with that either. So again, I haven't gotten to the DoorDash part, but we know that she was the dasher. And we know that she is in Pullman all the time, or lives in Pullman, because she gets arrested in Pullman a lot. But she knows Bill Thompson also. This is just odd. That's all I'm saying. Or, you know, maybe there's a possibility that he was slipping and maybe she was his dealer. And maybe right before she ended up dashing that night, maybe there was a deal between the two of them. And that's maybe why he was really driving around that night. I mean, we don't really know. There's a lot of stories in that from people that know the family about how he would go in and out. So there's a possibility of that too. I remember that being something that was talked about in the very beginning. A lot of people thought it might have been one of his family members that came out and said something about him being with somebody that night. And there was like one used to like cut something that they were using or whatever, because somebody slipped in the verbiage and made it sound like it could have been one of the sisters, but there's no telling. Having those initials right there and Pullman and right there, that's just wild to me. I'm sorry. That's insane. Okay, so then it has more sales, and it goes between, there's like extra ones that they have for Idaho and Washington right here. That Pullman one is just always going to get my attention. That's cray, bro. That's wild. Okay. And then the receipts were sent where the receipts were sent. That's crazy to me. I'm going to probably think that for like a long time now, until like I probably read the DoorDash document. Maybe that'll change. But for right now, that's wild as shit. That is wild. Okay. Google geofence warrant. This is from Lawrence Mowry. On November 18th, 2022, I applied and was granted a geofence warrant for any data associated with anonymized information located within the following latitude, longitude points. Special Agent Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production service of the warrant. On November 18th of 2022, at approximately 23:30 hours, the warrant was served email at blank@google.com. On November 20th, 2022, SA Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computer located on the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. Based on the information received and in correlation with cell tower records previously reviewed, 2 of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. These identifiers were blank and blank. On November 20th, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with the previous identifiers, including subscriber information. SA Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 20th, 2022, at approximately 22:14 hours, the warrant was served email at google.com. On November 20th, 2022, SA Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computer located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. It was found one of the identifiers came back to the phone number of blank. So is this saying that there was 2 like anonymous devices that look like they didn't belong to anybody, sort of like burner devices found in the geofencing? Is that what this means? I think that's what this means. Anonymous identifiers. So like 2, maybe just like anonymous or burner type devices. But one of them was able to track back to somebody that they already had a phone number for. That's crazy. I completed the warrant return and sent the receipts where it had to go. Okay, number 58. Again, Lawrence Mowry. Meta warrants. On November 21st, 2022, I requested and was granted a warrant for Meta, the parent company for Facebook and Instagram, for the accounts associated with the following identifiers. And there's 4 for Instagram and 3 for Facebook. On November 21st, 2022, I logged into the Meta law enforcement portal located at, and there's a Facebook website, and served the warrants at the following times. Okay. During the service of the warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for JD. I'm guessing that means Jack Decor. This information was not entered into the portal. I received an email from Blank Records providing me with internal case ID. On November 30th, Meta sent email stating the files were ready to download, and I logged into the portal and downloaded the files provided pursuant to the warrant. These files were downloaded to a computer in the secured computer forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. An examination of the data will be conducted at my earliest convenience. No information was returned for the account associated with the phone number blank. And then he sent his receipts. Okay, this one is a non-redacted or no redaction needed form. Victim phone extractions. Okay. Let's see if there's anything on here. Lawrence Mowry, written on 12/5 for an extraction that happened on 12/4. On November 15th, 2022, I contacted Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, the victims in this case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. On November 16th, 2022, the phones were transported to the CDA Police Department for a forensic brute force attempt to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones, and the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. None of them. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th of 2022. I then asked for assistance from Captain Tyson Barrett in attempting to gain PIN codes from family members to access the data on the devices. By the way, speaking of PIN codes, James Patterson should be ashamed of himself for like 1.5 million reasons, but $1.5 million number, and one number, whatever. He literally puts like a clue to a password that the Goncalves family constantly uses in this book. Like when he's talking about Shannon Gray, there's something about like the amount of people in the family, the kids plus the adults, and the number it adds up to. And then he says something about a very common family password used among the Goncalves family. And remember, Steve had said something about how they all use like the same kind of password so that it's easy for them to like get in and out of people's accounts in case there's an emergency. He just outed like what that password could be to millions of people who bought this book. I don't see how Steve can't sue him for that. I read that and I was like, holy crap, I cannot believe he can get away with saying something like that in a book. That's putting like all kinds of security at risk. Super like not okay. Super not okay. 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 I was provided PIN codes for Mogen, Kernodle, and Chapin, which successfully unlocked the devices. The PIN codes provided for Goncalves' phone did not unlock the device. So much for we have everybody's passwords. That's interesting. That kind of gives it a whole different feel too, because that sure is what Steve acted like. Like they had everyone's information, but apparently they didn't because the PIN code the family gave didn't work. Okay, on the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed advanced logical extractions on the devices at the Moscow Police Department. A report for each device will be completed separately. On November 20th, 2022, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. The phones were delivered to CDA Police Department on November 21st, 2022. On November 22nd, 2022, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. On November 23rd, 2022, I went to the CDA Police Department and picked up the phones. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Detective Neil Ulrich. Detective Ulrich informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. So none of these police departments can do a forensic download? Like, what? And I thought by now the FBI was helping. Like, where are they? Why aren't they doing something else? Like, I know I've complained about how they took over basically everything, but now this is 3 departments that can't do it. On November 25th, 2022, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke with Detective Chris Rucher, or Ruchert, I don't really know. Detective Rucher stated her forensic tools would be able to support full file system extraction on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction on Goncalves' locked phone. Why? What kind of stuff was like, was it an iPhone? I'm guessing it was an iPhone. I don't know anything about iPhones and their security systems. I have no idea. I left the phones with Detective Rucher to be extracted. On November 28th, 2022, Detective Rucher informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. On November 29th, 2022, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. The examination will be completed at my earliest convenience. Okay, we pretty much read those reports in the last drop of documents. They were just actually written by the Dean person, like the person who was doing all the stuff. So this was more like him putting a summary, like Detective Mowry putting a summary of everything together. Really? But it's the same stuff that we read. Okay, this is Yahoo warrants for Kaylee. On December 1st, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with Kaylee Goncalves' Yahoo account using the following identifiers, and it's a Yahoo address. On December 1st, 2022, at approximately 13:55 hours, the warrant was served via the Yahoo law enforcement portal located at this address. On December 4th, 2022, I received an email from Yahoo stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant were available to download. I received an email with a link to download the data. I logged into the law enforcement portal and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court, and then there's the receipts. Okay, so this one is a Verizon PIN warrant. Go back. Detective Mowry again. On 12/6 for stuff that apparently that he completed on 12/4. On November 22nd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a PIN warrant for any data associated with the phone number blank, which was linked to a possible witness, MM. S.A. Nick Balance with a Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 22nd, 2022, at approximately 20:26 hours, the warrant was served via fax number blank and emailed to this. The November 22nd, 2022, S.A. Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computer located in the secure forensic computer. The lab stuff. It's all the same thing. Okay. The PIN register, trap and trace data were terminated on November 30th, 2022. What do you mean terminated? What do you mean by terminated? This is like afterwards. Like you got rid of it? You got rid of her data? This person was subsequently identified, located, and interviewed as a witness by Corporal Brett Payne. This is Molly. This is the DoorDasher, isn't it? This would be MM. A potential witness. Interviewed by Brett Payne. But what the frick does this mean about the PIN register trap and trace were terminated on November 30th, 2022? Doesn't say anything about DoorDash or anything yet. Okay, so this is from Dallinger. And this was 12/8/22. Disposable camera seized and vehicle keys. On December 7th, 2022, at approximately 1000 hours, I was assisting with the packing and moving of personal belongings out of the residence of 1122 King Street. Captain Barrett and I were in process of packing items from Kaylee Goncalves' room on the 3rd floor. Inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom drawer, I located a Kodak Power Flash disposable camera and a GoPro camera in a small black zippered pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence, so I took custody of them until I could learned that information. I advised Captain Barrett of the items and showed them to him. After completing the packing and moving of personal belongings, I brought the GoPro and the Kodak camera back to the police department. Prior to leaving the residence, I also took possession of the keys to all of the vehicles belonging to the deceased. Once back at the police department, I locked the items into a temporary storage locker in the evidence processing room. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during a previous search of the residence, so the camera itself was of no evidentiary value. I was told the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence. That's crazy that they actually had disposable cameras, because I was just talking about disposable cameras not long ago. I think we even mentioned it here about how they used to be the thing. The disposable cameras, having a disposable camera whenever you went on a field trip or if there was any event at school, it was disposable cameras. They either had the yellow Kodaks, the golden yellow Kodaks, or these green ones at Walmart. I think Kmart had some blue ones, and it was always this little plastic thing and a paper cover, cardboard cover. I'm I know they still have them, but barely ever. Barely. I don't even think my Walmart even carries them. So it's interesting that she has a disposable camera, because she's such a different generation. On December 8th of 2022, I met with the property coordinator, T.S. S assisted me in booking the Kodak camera into evidence. So how long after? Okay, the next day. I then took the vehicle keys and the GoPro camera to the city shop where the rest of the personal belongings from the 1122 King Street residence were being stored. I placed the GoPro camera into one of the boxes containing Kaylee Goncalves' belongings. I left the vehicle keys contained in a Ziploc bag, also in the storage area with the other belongings. Okay, so now number 63. This looks like more of a narrative from removing stuff from the house. This one's from Tyson Barrett. Okay. Removing personal items from 1122 King Road, Captain Barrett. On 12/7/22, at about 9:45 hours, I met with MPD command staff members at 1122 King Road to package and remove personal items of the victims. Captain Dallinger and I packaged the belongings in Kaylee's room. I worked along the north and west sides of the room. Captain Dallinger worked along the south and east sides. While I was packing items, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser. One $100 bill, one $10 bill, 2 5s, and 5 1s. Captain Dallinger and I both counted the money, and I put it in a small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked the box that it had cash in it. Captain Dallinger and I both initiated the box. Considering the fact she paid with a credit card and there's all kinds of questions here, I would have probably taken the money in for DNA testing. I'm just saying. After all the personal items that were recoverable were packaged, we moved them to a U-Haul van and transported them to the Moscow City shop. At the shop, we unloaded the package in a secure building. Okay, now number 64. Okay, this is Kaylee's Tinder account. I don't know if it's going to give any information, though. on like who she might have been talking to. Lawrence Mowry, Tinder warrant users. On December 6th, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with accounts that communicated with Kaylee Goncalves' Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. And there's like Snapchat identifiers. On December 6, 2022, at approximately 15:19 hours, the warrant was served. On December 7th, 2022, I received an email from Tinder stating that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. I logged into the portal and downloaded it and sent my receipts. There's no other information there. Okay, number 65. This is Maddie's. I would hope that Maddie's was not active, considering Lawrence Mowry, 12/8/22 is whenever he apparently did this, like, finish this stuff. On 12/6/22, I applied and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with the Tinder account of Maddie Mogen with the following identifiers. And there's a Gmail address and then a phone number. On December 6, 2022, at approximately 15:19 hours, the warrant was served via the portal. On December 7th, 2022, I received an email from Tinder stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. I logged into the law enforcement portal and began downloading the files to the forensic computers. In reviewing the contents, I found no recent communications with other accounts. The newest communication appears to have happened in 2021, so a long time ago. Okay, good to know. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and then he sent his receipts. Okay, so then we have Goncalves property release. This is Tyson Barrett's 12/12/22. On 12/12/22, at about 08:30 hours, I met with the Goncalveses, Steve Goncalves, at the city shop. I had previously arranged to release Kaylee Goncalves' personal property to him at the family's request. This must be Gray. Okay, so this must say I met with the Goncalves' family attorney, Shannon Gray, at the city shop. Okay. I unlocked the secure evidence building and we moved 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items that had been removed from 1122 King Road into Gray's vehicle. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for all of the items, so Gray made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining items, 2 purple totes, a clear plastic tote, and a yellow suitcase. Gray signed for the items, and Officer Rosinski took a photo of his ID to attach to the form at a later date. I secured the evidence storage building and cleared. Later that morning, I scanned the form and emailed it to Gray. I provided MPD records with the original property release form. Okay. Now we're on to number 67. This one is DoorDash warrants. Now remember, everything so far, they've been telling us that DoorDash is some sort of proof of something for Xana. Xana, right? Then we find out that it's actually Ethan's account that they're submitting as evidence for the order. And then there's like no proof whatsoever, at least up until whatever these documents are about to tell us. And if we get to that point, there has been no answer whatsoever as to if it was handed to whoever, if it was left wherever. There's been no answers to that. So from what I'm understanding, it's going to be stuff in here, but that's what it's been so far. Okay. 12/12. On December 6, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for all of the information in DoorDash's possession related to sales, deliveries, purchases, and/or transactions made to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho for the period of January 1st, 2022 to present. On December 6, 2022, at approximately 15:35 hours, the warrant was served via email to DoorDash. On December 7th, 2022, I received an email from DoorDash containing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. The files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavits. These documents were also sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and then there's the return to DoorDash. So this one looks like it's for Uber. Uber location request. Okay. On November 18th, 2022, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an extingent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver named Eric Gower with the phone number of blank. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an... Okay, this is the exact same... We read this exact same document in the last part. We read this exact same document. Yep. Up until 1:15, it was showing that he was active. So I guess that's really sort of like my question. Did they text him to pick them up at 10 o'clock? Or was he an actual freaking Uber driver at 10 o'clock who actually picked them up as an active Uber driver? And then, like, he gave them the number for him, like, right then and there. And was like, hey, instead of getting on Uber, just shoot me a text and I'll come pick you up. Because now I'm really just questioning, like, why do they keep saying Uber driver, but then we're hearing that she had his phone number. So he very well could have been like an Uber driver at 10 o'clock. But then come, whenever he gets a text message, he's off duty. I never really thought about that until now. But I guess that's possible. Okay, so this is Danny Vargas. Interview with MC. Maisy Chapen? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Let me write down her interview thing on here. This is number 69. Okay. Okay. On December 1st, 2022, Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing blank members of Ethan Chapin at the Latah County Annex building, probably family members. I arrived and spoke with Maisy Chapen, Ethan's sister. I introduced myself to Maisy and told her I would be recording our conversations so I would not miss anything she said. Maisy had filled out an adult victim background questionnaire, which I reviewed before speaking with Maisy. Well, Maisy filled out. Yeah, that's something that Steve said when it came to like getting any information about Kaylee from them, that instead of interviewing them and like asking them specifically about Kaylee and like any questions, they just had a freaking questionnaire to fill out. Like about their kid and then turn it back in. That was like wild to hear. Not shocking, but wild to hear. Maisy listed Ethan as being easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. Maisy listed the following people as being the people whom Ethan spent the most time with: Xana, K, FPE, HC, and then parentheses, so I'm guessing that's like maybe a nickname. HJ, or this is, okay, so this is KF as in another person. See, I was not paying attention to the punctuation. So KF, PE, HC, HJ, and EA. Okay. Maisy told me the following about the people who Ethan was closest to. So this is what she has to say about Xana. Ethan and Xana have been dating for about 1 year and met through school. Maisy has known Xana for 1 year and met her through Ethan. Maisy talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and knew most of campus. Maisy met Xana's dad briefly during Parents' Weekend, never met Xana's sister, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at Mad Greek. Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers, or employees at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. PE. P is a blank and in the blank fraternity. So that's probably like the year, senior or junior, that this person is in college, and then whatever fraternity they're in. Maisy does not know much about P. Maisy thought P was a farmer and from California, but she was not sure. a farmer. That's kind of interesting. Ethan would spend a lot of time with P, and they met through the fraternity. Ethan and P were very similar and would often watch football together on Sundays. P lives at blank. I wonder if that's an address or if it's like a fraternity house. Ethan would hang out with P 3, 4, or 5 days out of the week. When Ethan would be with P, they would spend time at Xana's residence, P's residence, and several apartments at the Whites. And I guess there's like names for whoever apartments they are. EA, which would be Emily, and JL. I feel like JL is like the boyfriend girlfriend, but the way they have it in here is a little bit confusing. And JL apartment on the second floor left side. The blank apartment at the Whites, CATR, Ethan's blank, and Hunter, unknown last name, the top floor on the right. Would that be Hunter Johnson, maybe? Okay, so then going on to KF. K was one of Ethan's closest friends. K lives in blank at blank. Okay. Maisy stated K and P were Ethan's closest friends. You know what's interesting? Because ever since this happened, we've been being told the whole time that Hunter Johnson was his best friend. Hunter Johnson was his best friend. Hunter Johnson was his best friend. We're not really hearing that, like when it comes to the facts here. Honestly. Which is interesting because, you know, you got to take in that dynamic. You got to pay attention to that dynamic. Maisy stated K and P were Ethan's closest friends. Maisy did not see any substance use amongst any of Ethan and his friends, but said they drank a lot, which was normal for a fraternity life. HJ is probably Hunter Johnson. Hunter Johnson is dating Emily a lot and was the person who Bethany and Dylan called to come to their house that morning of the homicide. See, they're either calling for Hunter through Emily or something else is going on there because like his phone never got a call. Ethan golfed a lot with J and E. I hate the way they have this in here. Ethan golfed a lot with J. So they're calling Hunter Johnson just Johnson now. And Johnson and Emily came over to the house over the summer several times to hang out. Ethan never had any issues with Johnson. So they're not even really like, Maisy's not even really describing Hunter Johnson as like a friend of Ethan's. He's basically like a third wheel that came along because he's dating Xana's best friend. Are y'all hearing? Like, are y'all listening to that? There's nothing in the way that Maisy is describing Hunter Johnson that would make you believe that Hunter Johnson is a friend to Ethan. But in this damn book where they interviewed Hunter Johnson, they make it sound like him and Ethan were so close that he almost chose a different fraternity just because of him. Hunter's looking really sketchy. I'm just saying. He goes in the room, only pays attention that Xana's there, doesn't notice that Ethan's even there at all for a minute. The second that he hears something might be wrong with Xana, he leaves his girlfriend behind and just jets over to the house. Notices that it's kind of odd that her door's open because she sleeps with it closed. Something about Hunter Johnson is creeping me the hell out the more that we've been learning. His own triplet sister is not even describing Hunter Johnson as a friend to Ethan's. That's interesting. Let's continue. That's interesting. Maisy never heard of or observed Ethan get into fights with anyone. Ethan never confided in her about having problems or frustrations with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana. Maisy spent time at Xana's house and never observed any issues between any of the roommates. Maisy said she did not know Maddie or Kaylee well and said she knew Bethany and Dylan better. Maisy thought, well, she doesn't like Dylan. She's made that pretty clear. Maisy thought if Ethan did have anything he needed to talk to someone about, he would most likely speak with their blank H, which would probably be Hunter Chapin, or Xana because he saw them daily. Maisy said Ethan was an open book and was not a private person. I asked Maisy if she knew that what Ethan did on Friday and Saturday, November 11th or 12th. Maisy said she was not sure what Ethan did on Friday. Maisy said on Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate and thought he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at J and E's apartment, Emily's apartment, which is where they were before he was supposed to go off to go to her dance. Maisy said in the evening, Ethan went with her to her formal event, which was at Hungadunga from 1900 to it was only an hour. It was only an hour. Okay. Maisy said they drove to Hungadunga in their vehicle with Ethan. Hunter Chapin with his date RS, which is I think one of her sorority sisters. Was it her? Is it her roommate? Is it her roommate or just a sorority sister? One of the two. And then it says, "Oh, broski, DM is on here." So Dylan was with them too, or is it another DM? Let me reread this. I'm so tired of these damn initials. Okay. There's Ethan. There's Hunter Chapin with his date RS. And then we have DM in parentheses. But then it says, and his date HB and JK and his date RB. So what is the DM right here that's apparently a dude? I'm going to have to go back and look at lists. Okay. But apparently this dude is a fraternity member. Him and the J guy are both the same kind of like fraternity. Maisy said Hungadunga was rented by her sorority and that it was a private event. Maisy told me she knew the majority of everyone who was at Hungadunga and nothing out of the ordinary occurred while they were at the event. Maisy said they all left Hungadunga in the same car and drove to her sorority where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed clothes. Maisy said R, H, and R all got back into the car and left with Ethan, Hunter, and whoever this other D name is. It's probably a Daniel or a David. It's not DB, it's not DL. So I don't know who the DM guy is. And Jay to go to the party at blank. This would be the Sigma Chi party, I'm assuming. Maisy said she texted Ethan at approximately 2014 hours, telling him she did not want to go with them to that party and was going to stay at her sorority. Maisy said Ethan texted her several times trying to convince her to come to that party, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep around 2200 hours. Maisy said the blank party was just a normal Saturday evening party. I asked Maisy if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. Maisy says she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram account and made it private because it was public and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. Maisy said people were speculating this was a substance-related thing or something to do with the girls. Maisy told me she did not notice the names of the people who were commenting, but said they were weird accounts with just one follower. Maisy said people were making bad comments on all of the other victims' accounts as well. I asked Maisy if the girls had any bad feelings with any of their neighbors. Maisy said she did not think so. Maisy told me she was at Xana's house a lot of the weekends and said they would often get noise complaints. We knew about that. Maisy said she was present for 2 of the noise complaints. Maisy thought the person making the complaint lived in a house behind 1122 King Road. Okay, but was not certain. Maisy told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors. I asked Maisy if Xana and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them, and she said she did not know. I thanked Maisy for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let us know. My conversation with Maisy was recorded and is copied onto a DVD, which was booked into evidence. So it's just the audio. Okay. On to number 70. This is Lawrence Mowry, Walmart warrant. Give me 1 second. I think my big son's door is open, and whenever he plays video games, he's loud. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, Walmart warrant service. On November 21st, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant to Walmart for related sales of the following items for the period of January 1st, 2022 to present. And there's the style knife. Yeah, the 1217 is just like the style number. They're doing it for fighting knife sheath and the straight edge knife itself. On November 28th, 2022, at approximately 13:16 hours, the warrant was served via the law enforcement portal, forensic account blank blank with the federal forensic account blank blank. Forensic accountant, maybe? With the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrants. On December 8th, 2022, I received a packet from Walmart containing paper documents and 2 DVDs with sales data on them from the local Walmart in Moscow, Idaho. I thought they just said in another document in the last jump that they went over there and said they didn't even sell that kind of knife. Now I'm just kind of confused. Because they said they went and talked to somebody at the Walmart about the K-bar knife. The Walmart doesn't sell that kind of K-bar knife. But then the person behind the counter was telling the cop about some guy that came in there asking for black masks that cover their whole face. And people were like, you didn't even bother to go and look at the cameras and see who the frick it was or anything like that. So how are they getting information from this Walmart? 2 DVDs worth of information if Walmart just told them they don't sell this kind of knife. These files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab, blah, blah, blah. On December 9, 2022, I received notice from FA. This is probably Douglas, honestly. Yeah, because MD Michael Douglas. Yeah, this isn't Michael Douglas from the FBI. The data requested pursuant to the warrant was received. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers, and then they sent a receipt to Tinder at walmartlegal.com. See what happens if they use templates for stuff? They get lazy and they don't pay attention. Emailed a copy of the receipts to Tinder at walmartlegal.com. Stupids. I'm so stupid. Okay, 71. This is Tyson Barrett for the ICRI information. On 12/12/22, ISP Detective Lake asked me to request information from U of I OCRI regarding an R word involving U of I students that was reported in 2021. Why? Did it have anything to do with the people in this situation? What is this? I emailed the request to KN with the U of I Office of General Counsel. On 12/13/22, I received a blank from LE. I'm assuming this is supposed to say a response from LE at U of I indicating she had the information I requested. I met with E in her office at about 12:15 hours and provided her with a USB flash memory drive. E said the information to the drive and gave it to me. On 12/13/22 at about 12:30 hours, I returned to the police department and gave the flash memory drive to MT. What is this about and why are we getting this? This is interesting. Okay. On to 72. Brett Payne, interview with BJ from K-Bar 157. So I guess this is a company. K-Bar employee. Okay. Okay. Interview with BJ. On 12/2/22, the FBI tip line received a call from K-Bar employee MD, referenced a LM. So MD called and referenced somebody with the initials LM. M had been contacted earlier on 12/1/22 by ISP detectives Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-Bar on a list of people who had placed orders from K-Bar. D stated a call taker, BJ from K-Bar, received a strange phone call from M on 12/1/2022. J provided a written statement about what the conversation entailed. J stated she answered the call with the normal greetings directed by K-Bar. M interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." J went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M then abruptly asked, "What can you tell me about the two feds that showed up at my door today questioning my recent K-bar order?" Oh, so somebody called K-bar and was like, "Why did you send feds to my door?" Because apparently the order was canceled. So why are you sending them to me if I didn't even get it? That's what it sounds like. Jay stated she did not know what M was talking about as she had no knowledge of the investigation. M then stated something to the effect of, "You know, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene." What the F and F? On 12/2, this person called K-Bar and in complaining about why feds were knocking on his door said, "So you know a sheaf was left at the scene?" I'm sorry? How did this person know that? What? Okay. Jay stated she did not know anything about the situation and asked M if he wanted to complete his order. M stated he was a collector and had enough for now. He also added he better hold off until things died down a little. M then ended the phone call. I spoke with Detectives Boone and Barrett on 12/2/22 and asked them if they mentioned the knife sheath. Both detectives stated they did not mention anything about the sheath and that the conversation with M was very routine. They did not record their conversation. Oh, so they could be lying to save their own asses simply because they probably told him not to say anything and then he called and said something and now they're being questioned. So he could literally just not actually know anything and just know something because he was questioned about his purchase. I called Jay back on 12/13/22 and asked her to tell me about the call with M. Jay reiterated the contents of her statement. However, she stated M told her a K-bar sheath was left at the scene and added M told her one of the investigators told her that. Oh, so this M person is a female? And added M told her one of the investigators told her that. So this M person is a chick. That doesn't know because it says she asked about his concerns. See, okay, so this is this police officer just forgetting where he's supposed to put certain things because the whole conversation up until now, this M person is a man. Investigation into M continues. So this person was being investigated regardless, I guess. It'll be interesting to see who the heck that actually is. I wish they paid more attention to the way they wrote things. Okay, so this is from Brett Payne. This is more evidence. This is being written up on 12/13/22. This is search warrant for blank Queen Road. Okay, whose apartment is this? Whose house is this? Whose is this? Is this Showalter's apartment? Yep. Okay. I've been seeing people wanting me to get to this one because there's apparently shit tons of blood samples that are taken. That's wild. So let's see what they're saying here. Item 261 through 264 is blood swabs. That's 4. Okay. On 11/23/22, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for blank Queen Road, the residence of J.S., which I can only assume is Jack Showalter. The warrant was based off of the following information. OFC House and I responded to blank Queen Road at approximately 10:00 hours on 11/15/22. We walked to the common walkway in front of the door to blank apartment and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appeared to be rust drops from a metal roof above the apartment's door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door, approximately 8 inches up from the bottom of the door under the doorknob. So like it would have dripped whenever you went to reach for the door. I also noticed the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, and had no dirt on it. Okay. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness. OFC House and several members of the ISP Forensics Unit, to include Detective Hugh Powell, walked back to blank Queen Road, and I'm guessing this is the apartment number. I met back up with Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later, and they told me they believed the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried red. Namely, Detective Powell stated the spot displayed a cracking texture common when red dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a similar drop pattern to the red spots found on the banister wall and the wall of the stairwell to the ground floor, which I observed inside 1122 King Road. I'm sorry? So they're comparing the way that the blood is to the way that the blood looks inside of the crime house? What is happening? What is happening? Okay. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolt plates on doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. OFC House also confirmed Showalter's door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off. This is Showalter, right? Like, I feel like it has to be Jack Showalter. I just don't want to be saying the wrong name just in case, but I feel like this is him. I wish it said something like beforehand about like the grub truck just so that I could feel like better about it. I know y'all are saying yes. Y'all just, I gotta be sure, guys. Okay. Because what am I reading right now? Okay. Okay. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of blank Linda Lane, of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 0350 hours on 11/13/22. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of blank Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of blank Queen Road. And then I guess there's a number there. The frame captures a portion of blank Queen Road parking lot in front of blank, but does not capture the apartments themselves. The area of blank Queen Road blank is also much darker than blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white. At approximately 0350 hours on 11/13/22 per the timestamp in the video, a figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses blank Queen Road blank. The problem with like the Linda Lane footage that's on the not the parking lot, but the portion where the dumpster is, there's like 30 minutes missing from the copy that's swimming around. It's always had 30-minute chunk out of it. I don't know if anyone's ever found it. I don't know if anyone's ever handed it over and it's ever gone anywhere. But as far as I know, that 350 mark is in that 30-minute window between like 3:30 and I think it's like 4:07 or 4:04. Isn't it comes back? Something like that. Okay. So here's somebody in the dark clothing. Okay, the figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings at blank Queen Road. The terminus of this sidewalk is immediately east of 1122 King Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. Based off the information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to blank Queen Road blank. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during this search and the warrant was returned. So it tested and it didn't come up as blood? Okay. On 11/23/22, MPD Officer Morris was contacted by JS, a maintenance worker for blank, which manages those apartments, Queen Road apartments. S told OFS Morris he conducted a routine maintenance order on blank Queen Road blank on 11/22, wherein he discovered something of note. I had Officer Morris call S and place him on speakerphone so I could talk to him. I asked S to tell me what he found. S told me he and another maintenance worker entered the apartment on 11/22/22 in order to check on a water quality complaint made by the tenant. So they were ordered to come in with a maintenance order, basically. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issue. S said he entered the only bathroom in the residence and began to inspect the drain, where the other maintenance worker advised there appeared to be red on the shower curtain. God, what is happening? Okay, S said he looked and discovered what appeared to be two separate smudge marks on the shower curtain, which appeared to be dried red. S described the smudges as 1 inch by 1 inch. S said he then noticed another smudge of what appeared to be dried red on the toilet flusher handle. S added there appeared to be spatter of dried red near the light switch on the interior door of the bathroom. I asked S to describe the marks. He told me they appeared to be reddish brown in color. S added, I've seen dried red before, and the marks appeared to be similar to that. S added the only thing he did in the restroom was flush the toilet in order to check the water quality. S said the toilet appeared clean and became clogged when he flushed it. Okay. S noted it was odd the toilet became clogged. S said he and his counterpart then left the apartment. I asked S if anyone else had reason or means to access the apartment besides he or Showalter between the time he left and the current time, and he said no. But why would you leave it clogged? Wouldn't you have done your job as a maintenance guy and went and unclogged it, especially since it clogged whenever you flushed it? I feel like you probably should have gone back in there. I'm just saying. I served the search warrant with ISP investigator Jeff Talbot, Hugh Powell, and Jake Schwecke. We discovered the blood smears and spots in the locations as described. In addition, what date is this? We're a whole 9 days later. A whole 9 days later? We discovered the red smears and spots in the locations as described. In addition, there were more red spatter spots on the wall on the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected, 94 in total. Holy shit. So it's like somebody got into a fight in Jack Showalter's apartment. Okay, I know that a lot of people believe that some things might have happened outside of King Road and then people were moved. I know that the people that believe that are going to take this and be like, damn. So what were the results of the DNA from 94 freaking samples of blood? Wow. From the bathroom into the living room, from the door, the living room, and into the bathroom. 94 samples in total. Yes. For water quality. He called maintenance himself for water quality. That's almost like you want to be caught. You didn't clean off anything. You're telling me that for 9 days you flushed your own toilet? Now, I know that he went to Boise to his parents' house, but when did he come back to his own apartment? Because if he just never came back at all, then how would you know to complain about the water quality? To me, this would mean that he would have to be home. Unless he's, again, trying to do something crazy to trip some shit up or do something dumb. Because you're calling saying there's a problem. You're trying to tell me that if you wouldn't have gone off to Boise and you would have went straight home that night, which I'm sorry, but you probably did go straight home before heading off to your parents' house, regardless of whatever the story honestly is. Because you probably would have needed to pack clothes or whatever. So I guess another question I would have is if anybody else has access to his apartment. But for there to be literal spatter patterns. Okay, so if he was gone a couple weeks, and why is he calling 9 days later to have the water pressure checked? That doesn't even make sense. And then it says that they left the required paperwork on the couch in the living room. So obviously they knew he wasn't going to go back in there if they're just going to leave the results and stuff in the apartment. I don't even know what to think. Okay, so now we have another warrant for the Queen Road Apartments. This one's from Brett Payne. I'm just like befuddled at this moment in time. Okay. On 11/15/22, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for blank Queen Road blank based off the following information as well as previous investigation. Based off the information, Officer House and I responded to blank Queen Road at approximately 1000 hours on 11/15/22. We walked on the common walkway in the front door to Showalter's apartment and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid which appeared to be rust drops from a metal roof above the apartment's door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door approximately 8 inches from the bottom of the door under the doorknob. I also noticed the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, had no dirt on it. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness. This is basically the exact same thing. Is this the exact same thing? No. The other one has the swabs listed and this one doesn't. Maybe they gave it to us out of order. This feels like this probably should have been the first one. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. I met up with Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later, and they told me they believe the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried red. Namely, Detective Powell stated the spot displayed a cracking texture common when red dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a cracking texture common when blood dries on a surface. The spot also, okay, yeah, blood, okay, similar drop pattern to the blood spots found on the banister wall. Yeah, this is what's wild to me is they're literally comparing the way that the drip is to what they've already found inside the house. Like, that's insane. That is so insane to me. Officer House also told me, and that's like the spot, guys. Like, that's the unknown male blood spot on the like the stairwell piece, the banister piece. See? Ground floor. That's the unknown, one of the unknowns that everyone's been arguing about. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolt plates on doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. Officer House also confirmed Showalter's door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off or changed. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Blank Linda Lane, of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 0350 hours on 11/13/22. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of Blank Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of Queen Road. The frame captures a portion of the apartments themselves. The area of Queen Road blank is also much darker than Blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white. At approximately 0350 hours on 11/13/22, per the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building, which houses blank Queen Road. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings at blank Queen Road. The terminus of this sidewalk is immediately east of 1122 King Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. Based off this information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to blank Queen Road. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for red was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during this search and the warrant was returned. So this tells me that whatever they thought was blood on the door came back no. So that if it wasn't for the maintenance guy calling and telling them, hey, we went in that damn place and there's problems, they would have never gone inside. That's what that tells me. Okay, so this looks like it's like the same thing. Pretty much. Okay, so the one we just read was the date, like the time was 12:54:29, and this one was a few minutes later, 13:06:48. So pretty much all of it is going to be the same. This is going to all be the same. This is all the same. The only thing that's different is it says for, other, and then none. That's the only thing different on this one. Yeah, everything else is the same. Okay, let me go to 75 now. Okay, this was from Danny Vargas. Okay, so this is phone interviews with people. Okay. So it looks like first initials and first letter of the last name is being shown. So RR, JQ, and CW. Oh, hold on. Okay, sorry. I did miss something. Thank you for the $5, Danny. I'd like to know what was mostly digested in their bellies. ENX with the pizza thing, right? And then Grub Truck with Kaylee and Maddie. They had time to eat. DoorDash, proof of life at 4 a.m. Who's DoorDash bag? Yeah, I'm really hoping that whenever we get to the DoorDash information that there's more. Because so far there's really just like more questions and a whole bunch of what the F's. Okay. That's like all I'm getting so far. All right, phone interviews. On November 15th, 2022, I had a phone message from the front desk to contact RR, and then it's longer, as she may have information regarding Kaylee Goncalves having a stalker. More stalker information? What document is this? This is 75. What? I don't understand how, with all of these people saying that there was a possibility that she had a stalker, they've come out and said not only does their person that they have arrested for this not have any stalking proof, but that whatever was going on with Kaylee wasn't happening in the first place. All these people have all these different stories. Okay, on November 15th, 2022, at approximately 11:15 hours, I called and spoke with R. I introduced myself to R and told her I was given her message to call about possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. R told me she and some friends had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th, 2022, and she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. So way back in September. R thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail. Remember, the Goncalveses said that the cops had them sign some sort of like waiver for them to be able to get into Kaylee's mail. And remember, oh my gosh, I just heard like everything come crashing down in the living room. Okay, he's fine. Remember, there's also a search warrant for USPS for their like surveillance videos. Is it USPS or UPS? I did a video about it. I don't remember which one. It's one of the two. It's a mail truck. Anyway, it's surveillance for like certain dates in Moscow. So what they're basically trying to say in this like storytelling is that whoever possibly was stalking Kaylee was like sending her stuff in the mail. That's scary. R thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at the lunch thought Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger. R told me she had been speaking with all of the friends who were at lunch and they were trying to remember what was said. R provided me with the names of the other friends who were at lunch with Kaylee on or around September 11th, 2022. And now we have CW, who graduated last year, the year before, MB, who left U of I the semester before, SR, who's at WSU. Look at that. And then BD, who is currently at U of I. R provided me with the name JQ and told me Jay and Kaylee were very close friends and had plans to live together in June. Like in Texas? Because that's where like Kaylee was going to be. R said Jay was not at the lunch, but she thought Kaylee would have spoken to her the most. R said Kaylee spoke with J, C, and B the most. Where's M for Maddie? I asked R if she could think of anyone who Kaylee had issues with, and she said no. R told me Kaylee was very kind-hearted to everyone. I asked R how the conversation came up regarding the stalker at the lunch with Kaylee. R said Kaylee would always talk about things in a light-hearted manner and said one time she was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner, and they did not think much of it. So something happened to her as a kid. Wonder what Steve is thinking about that comment. R thought the stalker topic just got brought up at some point during the lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. I thanked R for the information and told her to contact us if she remembered anything. And then we have JQ. On November 15th, 2022, at approximately 14:30 hours, I called and spoke with JQ. Jay told me she and Kaylee had plans to move in together in June and said she spoke with Kaylee often. Wouldn't she have been in Texas? Like in Austin by then? I asked Jay about the topic of Kaylee saying she had a stalker. Jay told me she remembered Kaylee mentioning something about a stalker, but could not remember any of the details. Jay said she last saw Kaylee the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, when she came for a visit to attend the U of I football game. Jay said she also visited Kaylee around the weekend of June 14th, 2022, and did not think Kaylee mentioned having a stalker on either of these weekends. Jay thought the topic was brought up sometime during the previous school year in May. So if that's the case, it would have been before Bryan ever even moved over there. So this would have been a whole nother human. And if that was the case, that was also what, before she moved to King Road? And so if that is true, that somebody had been messing around like that since before she moved, but then she's also saying that she's seeing somebody watching her in the trees at King Road while she's taking the dog out, that person could have been stalking her for who knows how long, if that's true, and following her no matter where she moves. Okay. I asked Jay if Kaylee shared any information with her of having problems with anyone, and she said no. Jay told me she did not know of anyone who did not like Kaylee or would have found out or would have it out for her. I asked Jay if Kaylee mentioned having any potential love interest or said she was seeing anybody. Jay told me when she last saw Kaylee on the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, Kaylee said she was not seeing anyone or sleeping with anyone. So her and Jack weren't together and she wasn't dating anyone else at this point, or at least that's what she was telling people. I asked Jay what she knew about JD, which would be Jack Dracor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Jay told me Kaylee and Jay both loved each other and did not have any hard feelings against one another. That's interesting because a lot of people, and me included, were like, there's no way they're together for so long. And she just like at the end of everything, whenever they're about to be able to actually like live like adults and like go be together, like she just is like, I'm good and wants to go somewhere else. Like I would be like heartbroken and so upset, especially if it wasn't anything between the two of you that like actually like made you break up. And it's just like all of a sudden this person just wants a life without you. I would be screwed up, bro. If there was like no reason besides you're just not what I need anymore. I mean, I understand what people need to do to like grow, but I would be kind of messed up about it. Not like murdery messed up, but I'd be messed up about it. So for there to just be like no hard feelings, like, is that for real? Or is he just, that's what he's showing because he doesn't want people to see him as anything other than what they already have, because he has been this like sweet, kind-hearted guy this entire time, but inside he's thinking something different. I mean, with what we just read in the last drop about why he didn't answer the phone, obviously he was feeling some kind of way because he didn't want to deal with the booty call, is what was in the quotations in the police report. Okay. Jay said Jack and Kaylee started dating when they were younger, and Kaylee broke up with Jack so she could grow up a bit and experience other things. Jay said at first the breakup was hard for Jack, but they remained friends. Jay said she did not know the other roommates that well who lived with Kaylee. Let's halt for a second, too. Remember what else we read about the corner club? That even though they were in the corner club together, he was basically like staying completely away from her on the opposite side of the bar. And he wasn't answering the phone. Just to remind you what it said already. Jay said when she visited during the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, there was a bunch of people at Kaylee's house, but no one who stood out. Jay told me she was with CW and handed the phone to C so I could speak with her. Okay, so two interviews on one thing, really. CW. I told C I had spoken with R about the lunch they had with Kaylee and the topic of a stalker. C said she and her friends have all discussed the stalker topic and could not remember exactly what was said. I asked C if there was anyone Kaylee spoke to her about, and she said no. C told me she graduated from the university last year, was not in Moscow, and did not spend that much time with Kaylee. C said she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or who had it out for her, and she did not know Kaylee's roommates. I thanked C for speaking with me. C gave the phone back to Jay, who told me I should speak to Kaylee's friend NG. Longer name. Wonder who that is. And said N and Kaylee spent a lot of time together. I don't remember who the N name is. So many people, man. C and J both provided me with their current addresses. I thanked both J and C for speaking with me and told them to contact us if they remembered anything else. My conversations with R, J, and C were all recorded and are copied to a DVD and booked into the evidence room. Booked into evidence. Okay. So basically, because they couldn't like get the specific information out of the friends about what Kaylee might have said, they just basically like, no stalker. Is that what we're like supposed to believe right now? It's kind of what it sounds like. Okay, this is Lawrence Mowry, forensic extraction A, but it's like also half-assed redacted for some reason. Whose last name is that short and starts with an A? Because this is an iPhone provided by J, first name, A, period, and it's like 2 letters. So whose last name is A with 2 letters? Anybody have a clue? I'll look over here for a second. Oh, it could be Ava yeah, it could be Ava J. Anyone know Ava's last name? Yeah, but it's J, not an S. So I'm not sure. Oh, thanks for the $2, Jules. Sent you an email whenever you're free. Okay, I'll check it. Ava, no, well, it's not Woods though, because it's J. There's so many names. I should have been like writing down every name from everybody ever, but you know how many documentaries there have been with a bunch of just random people? I probably should have done it though, because now I don't know who the frick this person is. Okay. Whoever it is, it's really short. And it's either like last name, comma, A, that's only 3, like a 3-letter first name, which could be Ava. Very well could be Ava. I don't know what Ava's last name is though, but that might be what it is. It looks like it's a girl. I guess we'll find out. Okay, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on an iPhone provided by J.A. A signed a consent to search form for the device, and it was provided to me by ISP Detective Hugh Powell. The form has been uploaded to the case file. The phone was powered on, and I placed it into airplane mode to protect any potential evidence on the phone from being removed or remotely deleted, because that happens. I took photos of the device and attached them to the case file. The phone required a passcode to access the data on the device. A provided the passcode of blank. In examining the phone, I first looked for identifiers, indicia of use and ownership. The device was black in color with a black colored case. The device was running iOS 15.1 and showed a model number of MGFF3LL/A. The name of the phone was Jay's something's iPhone. Okay, so the last name, A is the last name. J would be the first name. It showed the user as blank with an email of blank@gmail.com. The phone number assigned to the phone was blank. In continuing with my examination of the phone, I made the following changes to the phone's settings. Auto lock off. These changes allow the phone and the forensic computer to communicate and share information properly. The phone was then connected to the forensic computer's magnet Axiom version, Celebrite analyzer version. I don't know who this is. First name with the J, last name A with only 3 letters. And then the phone was returned. Who is you? And why do they need your phone? And why do they need to extract your phone data? Who is you, bro? Or chick, whoever you be. Who is you? Oh, we got a report from James Fry? What? Didn't think we'd see anything written by him. Interesting. Interview with S. Middle name, last name starts with a P. I wonder who this is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. They have some information right here for this person. Something 1953. Okay, on 12/13/22. And again, this is from Fry. This is from Chief Fry. On 12/13/22 at approximately 2000 hours, I interviewed SP in Idaho at the blank. Okay. P had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. So this is a guy. SP. This is a dude. I asked P if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person. P told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person's name was blank or blank and it's a G. Later identified as GM. Okay, why in the actual frick frack does it say -2003 like the person died 20 years before this situation happened? P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew where he lived. This right here with this -2003 is odd to me. P told me he lived in the blank apartments. P told me this apartment is just off of blank avenue, then turned onto blank lane, and then right onto blank street, and the apartment is across from blank blank. P told me G lives in these apartments. All of these are so wild. I cannot stand these initials. He began by explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK, who was the prior owner of blank. P told me he has been a friend of the family for many years and has done handyman jobs in the past for D. P told me in 2020 he drove D, his daughter L, and G up to blank to a place the family goes to have a vacation almost every year. P told me after they got there, R, who is one of D's sisters, got into an altercation with the male who was camped near where they were. P told me it was a heated argument, but everyone eventually went back to their campsites. P told me later in the evening he noticed R and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up the hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. P told me he had been up on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden G just appeared out of nowhere. P told me it startled him for a minute because he never heard or saw where G came from. P told me G pulled out a knife to show him. Who is these people? P told me this was a hunting style knife. P told me he had spoken to G, who had showed a great interest in having a career in the military. I asked P if he could describe the knife to me. P told me it was a typical 7-inch blade hunting skinning knife. You can barely see the 7 because of where they have the redaction, but it says 7. P told me he had heard that G's grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally A to him. Who is these people? Who is these people? I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise. P told me he believed he would ride the bus when they traveled. P told me when they stayed in Moscow at D's house, G and his sister would stay in the basement, and L would sleep outside in or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. I wonder if this is that guy and his two sons that we saw in that one document, because it said something about R up here. No, I didn't. Never mind. That was the other document. So this is a whole different set of people. Okay. Okay, P told me the significance of this was that G would keep his knives in the basement of D's house, in the wood pile that was outside, or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. So he wouldn't just put them anywhere normal. Okay. P told me around the end of May or sometime into the middle of June after the pandemic was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. P told me this was on a Saturday or a Sunday. P told me he had ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan brought him. But he didn't work there. He would just go hang out there sometimes with Xana. Okay. P told me he is not sure if Ethan worked at Mad Greek or was just helping out. P told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who was G's cousin. P told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G's table and Ethan later joined them. So these are people that they knew, or at least the story is that they knew, or like at least talked to once, I guess. P told me it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it was about. P suspected it might have to do with cancel culture and that G was stirring them up with conservative comments. P told me G left without eating anything. Who are these people? Later that night, around 9 to 10 p.m., P was at D's house in his backyard. P said that L was extremely drunk and she was yelling at G. Okay, so L is a chick. P said she stated, "You are just a loser and you are going to spend your life in jail. You are ruining your life." P was not sure what L was referencing when she said this. P told me G left right after this altercation and he did not see him again. P told me G goes on long walks and does not return until the early morning hours. So someone who has been in an argument with Ethan and Xana that takes off in the middle of the night, that has knives that he hides in wood piles and backyards. I'm sorry? What is this? What is this? P told me he was over at D's the next morning picking up some tarps from a job he had been doing and G showed up. P told me he asked G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. G told him he goes over to the college. P told me G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. P explains that L went to parties at the college and been drinking. P told me he does not know for sure, but believes that L may have been R'd at one of the college parties. So is that the report that they went to the police to get, and it's got something to do with these people? Holy crap. Okay. P told me he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek restaurant. P said that G told him that he followed the girls to the Mad Greek from the college. This dude is literally admitting to following Maddie and Xana to the Mad Greek from the school. G told P that the two girls were lesbians. G told P he had went back to the girl's house, and when they came home, he was inside the house and made the statement, "They had no idea that I was there. I could have ixnayed them all there if I want to." So now he's saying that he went to their freaking house and was inside at one point. Is this for real? Is this serious right now? This can't be for real. P told me G then went and got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed him. P told me every time he was around G and G's mom would explode on him. He always stayed very calm and would not react to her. What in the hell is this? What the hell is this? This person is admitting to following them from the Mad Greek to the Mad Greek from the college, which is where he goes whenever he doesn't want to basically go off on his mom because she's going off on him. So instead of like doing whatever he's really thinking in his head, he takes off to the college and then he stalks girls to the Mad Greek and to their house. And then he's even saying he was inside the house at some point and could have done something to them, but they had no idea that he was there the whole time. And he already has a history of being like ninja quiet. Who the hell is this person? This whole file is going up by itself. Number 77. What the hell? And that's what I'm going to title it right here. What the hell? What the hell? What the frick? Dude's like admitting to people, if the story's accurate, because this is a story being told. What? Okay. I'm just floored right now. What? Okay. Danny Vargas. Packing up personal items at 1122 King Road, and this is from 12/19/22. So at this point, they're getting the call today. 12/19, they're getting the call today from the feds. On December 7th, 2022, I assisted with packing up and moving personal belongings from 1122 King Road to the MPD secured storage garage. KP, Corporal Lin, we've literally said his name 1,000 times. Why did it just leave my face? Captain Lanier, okay, and I packed up the items in BF's room and DM's room, so Bethany and Dylan's. On December 8th, 2022, I spoke with RM, who is on blank for blank. RM is like an attorney for Mortensen? An attorney for Dylan? Maybe? Mortensen initially wanted to retrieve some items. Okay, so I don't know if this is... I don't know whose this name is right here, but it's M, so it's the same thing. R wanted to pick up items for Dylan, but then stated that the person would retrieve some of the items, all of the items after the holidays. It's hard to tell who's going to be coming and doing what, but basically the stuff's not going anywhere right now. On December 15th, 2022, I spoke with TV, who is a blank for F. An attorney for Funk? I mean, yeah, it sounds like this is lawyers. V asked if we could send Funk her reading glasses, passport, and iPad to blank with the investigator who would be coming to interview her. Okay, so there's verification that they went to Nevada probably to talk to her. Captain Lanier and I retrieved the reading glasses and passport from Funk's personal items at the MPD secured storage. So she must have been planning on going out of country. I sent an email to V stating we would be sending the glasses and passport, but could not release the iPad yet as it was one of the items seized during the search warrant. Okay, so that one iPad we saw on the list belonged to Bethany. Okay. V asked when Funk could get the rest of her personal belongings, and I told him she could contact me and we can make arrangements to return all of her items, which are in our secured storage. I gave Funk's glasses and passport to ISP Mike Mooney, who would be giving the items to the appropriate ISP investigator who would be traveling to blank to speak with Funk. So it wasn't a Fed, it was somebody from ISP. There's no way that the feds didn't interview her. There's just no way that that didn't happen. Okay, so here's Lawrence Mowry, and it's something else about meta warrants. Okay. 12/19/22. So they're getting the call any minute now. Any minute. On December 1st, 2022, I requested an amended warrant for Meta, the parent company for Facebook and Instagram, for the accounts associated with the following identifiers. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. On December 2nd, 2022, I received a signed warrant. On December 4th, 2022, at approximately 13:31 hours, I logged into the Meta law enforcement portal located at that address and served the warrant. During the service of the warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for Jack Decor. Reread this one literally already, or they did this a second time, and again, it failed because this is like the exact same thing. Then on December 8th, he got an email saying that they were ready to go. They were downloaded and he's going to do it whenever he freaking wants to. That's basically all that is. Okay. Here's another one from him. This is for Reddit warrant service. Okay, on December 1st, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for all information in Reddit's possession consisting of information related to the crime of homicide on the Reddit account of Kaylee Goncalves with any of the following identifiers. Kaylee Goncalves, mobile phone number of blank, email addresses of this at Yahoo or at gmail.com between January 1st, 2021 to December 1st, 2022. On December 1st, 2022, at approximately 14:09 hours, the warrant was served via email to blank at reddit.com. On December 19th, Game Changer Day, I received an email from Reddit containing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. The files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit and sent it to the Reddit email address. We should see stuff's changing up here soon. Because these are dated the day they get the call from the Fed. So we should start seeing some other things here soon. Goncalves Gmail warrant service. On December 5th, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for data related to the email address of blank at gmail.com. On December 5th, 2022, at approximately 16:46 hours, the warrant was served via the Google law enforcement portal, and there's the address. On December 19th, 2022, I received an email from Google stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. He logged in, he downloaded it, and he'll look at it pretty much just like whenever. Okay. Here's more from Reddit. Okay. This part right here is exactly the same. And then on the 19th, how they downloaded everything. Okay. In reviewing the data, I found the account was registered on November 18th, 2020. There was one message post located, which was posted on January 22nd, 2021, under the subreddit blank with the following text. Any idea what would cause this type of acne? Never struggled with acne before. I started developing these types of bumps on my jawline, chin, and down my neck. The rest of my face is clear. I am on a non-hormonal birth control, copper IUD. Tried everything to get rid of it and nothing helps. So this is like the only thing that Kaylee ever posted. She created it on November 18th, 2020, but didn't message or like post anything for a few months. I mean, I really never use it either. The only other message I located appeared to be an automated message from Reddit on December 11th, 2021 with the subject line of your 2021 Reddit recap is here. But that was it. That's literally everything from Reddit. Okay, so now we have forensic extraction of K, and it's all like closed out, redacted. This is the last name of this person, whoever CK is. We know Kernodle, so maybe this is Kara. I know that she goes by Kernodle sometimes and sometimes by Northington, but maybe this is Kara's phone. I don't know of any other CK. It could be, but we don't know everybody they were looking at either. So I'm just going off of what's familiar. Kay signed a consent to search form for the device, and it was provided to me by FBI Special Agent Travis Shirley. The form has been uploaded to the case file. The phone was powered on, and I placed it into airplane mode to protect any potential evidence on the phone from being removed or remotely deleted. I took photos of the device and attached them to the case file. The phone required a passcode to access the data on the device. Kay provided a passcode of blank. In examining the iPhone, I first looked for identifiers, indicia of use and ownership. The device was black in color with a black colored case. This is the exact same description of the phone that we read about before, but it's a different name. I remember it saying something about running iOS. I think the other one said iOS 5.1. This is 5.6.1. I think that's like the only difference. And showed a model number of blank. Even this looks the same. The name of the phone was iPhone blank. Yeah, see, the other one was Jay's iPhone, like the first name Jay iPhone. Okay. The phone had a serial number of blank and IMEI of blank. It showed the user as blank with an email of blank at cable1.net. The phone number assigned to the phone was blank. In continuing my examination of the phone, I made the following changes to the phone settings, which is to turn off the auto lock. And then Axiom version, celebrate things and everything being saved, and there's no details. I wonder if this is Kara's. I wonder. Okay. Who is LB? Who is LB? Forensic extraction for this person's phone. On December 15th, 2022, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on the Samsung cell phone provided by LB. B consented. Is this the boyfriend of that one girl? I don't remember his initials. Is it B? I don't remember. B signed a consent to search form for the device, and it was provided to me by ISP Detective Hugh Powell. The form has been uploaded to the case file. The phone was powered on, and I placed it on airplane mode to protect any potential evidence. Same thing. There was a passcode provided, and it was a swipe instead of a code. In examining the Samsung Z Flip 4, I first looked for identifiers of use and ownership. The device was black with a black colored case. The device was running Android OS 15.1 and showed the model number of this one. The name of the phone was blank. Phone serial number. There's the email address and the phone number assigned. Changes to the settings were developer mode turned on, USB debugging turned on, stay awake turned on, auto update system turned off, verify apps turned off. Extraction was saved and phone was disconnected from the machine and returned to whoever LB is. Whoever LB is. So now we're on 12/20 of 22. Are we going to see anything soon for like who's actually like in prison for this? Because I'm waiting. Okay, Amazon return warrant. That's interesting dating. That the Amazon research warrant is being talked about and like signed up the same day, like the day after, but it's like 12/19 is the date on this exact thing. That's interesting. On November 26, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with knife sales of the following items. And that's the knife stuff, the sheath and the knife itself. On November 26, 2022, at approximately 15:32 hours, the warrant was served via FedEx, and there's the website, forensic accountant Michael Douglas with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrants. On December 8th, 2022, I received an email from F.A. Douglas. The email was a response from blank at Amazon stating the data was available to download. I received a second email from F.A. Douglas with the data return. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Amazon. Okay, that's it for that one. Kernodle property release. Okay. He is forever dropping stuff in there. He's probably doing his little toy war. My son takes a bunch of his big toys and like lines them up and makes them do like battles on each side of the sectional. That's probably why I keep hearing him dropping stuff in there. Okay. Kernodle property release, Captain Barrett. 12/20. It was never, he wrote this one up. On 12/13/22, I emailed JK, which is most likely Jeff Kernodle, a property release form for Xana's personal property and her car. Kernodle told me he was going to have a blank drive down from blank and retrieve the items since he was in blank. So he was going to have a blank, maybe family member or a family friend. On 12/17/22, Kernodle emailed the form back indicating he was giving permission for RN to take custody of the property and car. On the morning of 12/20, N called me and said he would be in Moscow later that morning to collect Xana's property and car. I met with N at the Moscow City shop around 11:30 hours that day. I released 9 boxes containing Xana's personal property from the house and the 2010 blue Honda Civic Arizona license. N signed for and took custody of the items. So the day after they get the name, the day of them sitting down and going through the genealogy, this guy is looking face to face with somebody who's there to represent the Kernodles to pick up Xana's stuff. He doesn't say a word. I mean, I understand, but that's still crazy. Okay, so now we have something else. Okay, so this looks to be Dylan's property release to her attorney. So yeah, RM is the attorney. Now I know her, I think I heard her parents are lawyers, or one of her parents is a lawyer. There's some lawyers in there. I know that was a big topic in the beginning, which is why a lot of people figured, the story changed. The story changed to, plausible deniability. You know what I mean? Dylan Mortensen property released to attorney. On December 21st, 2022, at approximately 11:30 hours, I met with RM, Dylan Mortensen's attorney, at the City of Moscow shop and released the following items to her. Mortensen's passport, Ziploc bag of jewelry, small black purse, Nike Air Jordan shoes, North Face black puffy coat. That's it? Oh, there's more. So that's all she grabbed. That's all she cared about was those like small things. Mortensen signed, whoever the lawyer is, signed for the items and then said that she would meet with Dylan and find out when she would be collecting the remainder of her items. The signed release is attached electronically. So she only cared about the passport. They have to have been going somewhere. For Dylan and Bethany to both be, oh, hey, I need my passport. Did they go somewhere together? Out of the country together? Because now I'm curious. Okay, so now we have Lawrence Mowry on 12/22 talking about a video capture. Okay. On December 22nd, 2022, I was tasked with reinstalling the exterior camera known as the light bulb camera. This has got to be at 1112 King Road, to capture some comparison video and audio. I contacted one of the tenants, TL, who gave me permission to access her residence and conduct the recording. Upon arrival, I unplugged the power to the current router and removed the camera from the light socket on the exterior of the residence. I then powered on the router I have secured from the residence earlier and installed the camera I secured as evidence earlier into the light socket. While installing the camera, I hear a crack and felt the light bulb base mount become loose. It should be noted the approximate temperature outside while installing the camera was between 5 and 9 degrees. No, I would be installing that later. No, I'm sorry. I previously had installed a new SD card into the camera and powered on the router and camera at the Moscow Police Department to ensure the camera was functional. So they don't go and check to see what the difference is in what's going on here to do any sort of comparisons until after they have Kohberger's name. This is 12/22. And he's part of the investigation team. So there's no way that he doesn't know what's going on. I think that's probably why they're even out there doing this to begin with. I was then able to monitor the camera using the Homicide Pro app on my phone. Corporal Brett Payne was able to drive a white-colored vehicle. See, it went from silver to white. They didn't test a white vehicle until they had Bryan Kohberger's name. Are y'all catching that? Yeah, it was silver. Now they're testing a white car. Okay. Sergeant Dustin Blaker parked a vehicle near the residence and closed the doors and trunk on a vehicle for audio comparison. A K-9 unit from Lewis County Sheriff's Office was utilized to capture barking audio comparison from the residence. Upon completion of the data collection, I powered off the evidentiary router and removed the camera from the light socket. In doing so, the base detached from the camera and a wire became disconnected. I gathered the router and camera, placed them back into their evidentiary bags, and returned them to the secure computer forensic lab. I reinstalled the current camera and reconnected the power to the new router. I contacted Elle to ensure she could access her camera, and she responded in the affirmative. Corporal Payne and I then ensured the residence was locked and left the residence without further incident. Upon returning to the Moscow Police Department, I was able to download the videos collected, and they were saved to the server located in the secure computer forensic lab. Yeah, they were test driving a silver car up until they get Kohberger's information. Then again, though, that's just MPD. There are several other agencies that were doing stuff at around this time, and as those agencies start answering questions, all of those different dates and stuff got to be filed in between all this other stuff we already have. I know we are not jumping directly to 12/28. That is insane. Okay. Did this say initial interview with Bethany? And it's written this far, like, into the damn future. This guy didn't write this until 12/28. How can you sit there and write a report on an interview that you did a month and a half ago and think that I'm going to be able to even, like, I mean, did he record it at least? Hopefully it says that it's recorded. Because what? On November 13th, 2022, and who is this? This is Dustin Stupid Blaker. On November 13th, 2022, at 13:47 hours, I interviewed Bethany Funk at the Moscow Police Department in regards to the death of 4 of her roommates. Bethany is a resident of 1122 King Road. Funk was home sleeping in her room located on the basement floor of the residence. Bethany has an iPhone 11 Pro cell phone with passcode blank. Bethany went to the blank party at around 20:30 hours with Ethan and Xana. So they actually, like, physically left together. Okay. They hung out in an apartment for a while together, and then Bethany went up to the main part of the fraternity to hang out at the party. So Bethany was with them for the most part until she decided to go up there where the boys are. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club together, not sure when they left. Bethany did not see Ethan and Xana at the party and left to go to KF's residence at blank Taylor Avenue. So they hung up for a little while, and then they separated from each other. And then before she left, she didn't see them again. That matches what we saw in Blaker's PCA, because it's like an 8 or 9 p.m. time that they have that they, like, are seen by her, and then nothing else. But this shows that Bethany went to another party before she went home. Bethany walked home at around 1-ish, and when she got back to 1122 King Road, D and LM were at the residence, and they all watched a movie together. So was it a movie or was it Vampire Diaries? Because Vampire Diaries is not a movie. Maddie and Kaylee got to the house at around 1:45 or 2 o'clock. Well, 1:56. And see, that's another thing. Like, whenever Bethany first told them something about, like, what time they apparently got home, she, like, in the first reports, the first dump that we went through, it said 2 o'clock. And I'm like, so they went with 1:45 whenever the real time was 1:56 and Bethany had it close enough to begin with. Why did they do that? That's dumb. Elle left the house and Dylan went to bed. What time? What time? Bethany hung out with Maddie and Kaylee for a while in Kaylee's room. Bethany and Maddie took Murphy, Kaylee's dog. So that part is true. It really wasn't a mix-up. Maddie, for some reason, went with Bethany to take out Murphy. Why? Where was Kaylee? Where was Kaylee? Why didn't she take her own dog out? Where's Kaylee? Because whatever happened, the dog got lost. Bethany did not stay outside for very long as it was cold. Maddie then went to bed and watched a TV show to help her sleep. Baby Daddy. How does Bethany know what Maddie's up there watching if Bethany is downstairs in her room? And then apparently, according to the other story, Maddie comes into Bethany's room at like 2:30, between 2:30 and 3, and asks if she knows where Murphy is because she can't find him all of a sudden. And again, I say, where the hell is Kaylee? Okay. At around 4 or to 4:20, so right before Dylan would have started calling her, Bethany heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from underneath her door. Bethany then heard Murphy barking. Dylan called Bethany and stated she had seen someone in the house, and Bethany told her she could come down to her room and sleep with her. So you don't even, like, what? You can come sleep with me. Something's probably on fire. I just heard an explosion. It's all sparks, but it's fine. Come sleep in my room. What? I just can't. I really just can't. I just can't. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Dylan went to Bethany's room and went to bed. They woke up at around 11. Do you not see how they have both now started lying straight up? All of the forensic download evidence proves that this is a straight up lie. They are not innocent if they are sitting there lying to the police the second they start talking to them. How the cops didn't instantly suspect the shit out of them, maybe not for like whatever really happened, but for some sort of cover-up involvement. The fact that they were cleared so early of anything, how, bro? How? They woke up around 11. No, you were calling your daddy by 7:30. And not just for a toothache miss. Oh my God, I need to take an Advil. No, you're not calling your dad and your mom and some unknown person in somebody's house and then trying to make sure that you're getting a hold of everybody you can. Because I need an Advil. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. They lie, saying that they woke up at 11 and talked to their other friends who came over, and they checked on Xana and Ethan and found them deceased. Bethany originally called 911 and said her friend was passed out and would not wake up. Bethany talked about an incident with Kaylee, who stated about a month ago she saw an unknown male up above their house to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy out to go potty. At the tree line, I guess, is the one that they're talking about. Bethany stated Kaylee broke up with her longtime boyfriend about 3 months ago because she was planning on moving to Texas. So that was fresher than we thought, I guess. Bethany cannot provide me with anything else at this time. Well, of course not, because everything she's going to tell you is a damn lie. What? So again, where the frick is Kaylee? Why is Bethany and Maddie taking the dog outside to go to the bathroom? But then the dog apparently is like nowhere to be found because Maddie's asking Bethany, hey, have you seen Murphy? And she says no. And then the back-to-back calls start with Jack. All this shit is so sus as hell. Sus as hell. Like, how are you so stupid to think that you can tell the cops you woke up at 11, but they're going to see that you literally never went to bed? There's like a 3-hour break in Bethany's shit. Everything else is no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The little Miss Exculpatory. No, ma'am. Unbelievable. Dustin Blaker. This is a second interview with Bethany. So 89 and 90 are Bethany. Oh my God. Unbelievable. This is insane. And this is being written up on 12/28/22 after there was already like all this break. So it's like they're trying to hurry up and catch up because that warrant for Bryan Kohberger is getting written. That's what this is. And at this point, they're still not mentioning anything at all about him being the suspect now all of a sudden. Nothing. Second interview with Bethany. On November 16th, 2022, at around 11:55 hours, I met with Bethany Funk at her blank office at blank. Present during the interview beside me and Bethany were her blank TV and Matthew Wynn, like WHEN actually, because that's not normal, with the Nevada State Police Investigation Division. This was a follow-up interview with Bethany related to the homicide in Moscow, Idaho. So this was before Bryan Kohberger's arrest. They already went to Nevada to interview her before they ever arrested him. And so all of the exculpatory evidence that was found afterwards, right? They would have had to go to Nevada again to interview her. So automatically, she just took the hell off and had to be interviewed like pretty much everywhere else but that one time, like that one interview. After that, she was in Nevada. I asked Bethany who had the front door code. Bethany told me the following people had the code: her, Dylan, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, JMCC, LMHJEAJL, and everybody else. Quit lying. Bethany stated the above named people were the only ones she knew that had the code. That's not true. Bethany stated the code for the front door was the same code from the year before. I asked Bethany what the code was, and she stated it was blank. Bethany stated Maddie was the only roommate who lived in the residence the year before. Bethany stated her, Dylan, and Kaylee moved in around August 3rd, 2022. Bethany stated Ethan had his own apartment, but she was not sure where it was located. Yeah, anybody ever find that out? Where his actual like apartment was that his parents had to get because he couldn't live in the frat? I would love to know. Okay. Bethany stated Maddie kept her same room from the year before. Maddie's room was located on the 3rd floor on the east side of the residence next to the bathroom. I asked Bethany about Murphy's routine. Murphy was Kaylee's dog she had purchased when she was still dating Jack Decor. Bethany stated Kaylee would primarily take Murphy out, but Maddie would also help. Bethany stated they never just left the door open because he would run away, so they would have to just... What? So they would have to use a leash when they took him out. I mean, I have a fenced-in backyard, and I still take them out to the backyard with their leashes on, my 2 dogs, until I fix my fencing in the front because I'm about to be changing some shit. Bethany stated Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. Okay. I asked Bethany about the Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. Bethany stated Kaylee knew him from another blank who used him on a regular basis. So another sorority person, maybe? Bethany stated they would either contact the Uber driver through the app or contact him directly. I'm sorry. You can contact Uber people directly through the app without, like, having an active ride ready to go? I'm not aware of that. Like, I don't like Uber. I really don't like Lyft either. Because of recent stuff. Like, I've been doing comparison things and they both suck. But I'm not aware that you can just go in and, like, randomly message someone, like, through Uber app. Like, you can message them, like, talk to them. That's wild. Bethany stated the Uber driver was very friendly and was always nice to everyone, and everybody trusted him. Bethany was also able to tell me the Uber driver was married and his wife just had a baby. Honey baby, shouldn't you know this? She's your coworker. What do you mean? Bethany told me he drove a small car, possibly gray or black, but she could not tell me more about the car. But everything we've seen so far in these actual documents says it's a silver Prius. So maybe the gray is closer, but it definitely wasn't black. But there is talk of like a dark car too. I don't know if that would be Xana's or not. It doesn't sound like they're describing Xana's car whenever they're talking about it, but I don't know. I asked Bethany who in the house had a boyfriend. Bethany told me Xana was dating Ethan. Dylan was dating a boy named Q who lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating JS, so that'd be Jake, who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating JD, but had recently broke up with him, Jack. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. B stated M was Xana's big in the Greek system. B stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him possibly more than once. So this guy, MB, was Xana's big, and that he never spent the night at the house, but Kaylee stayed with him maybe. I am under the understanding, at least this is things I've heard. I'm not quite sure how, like, actually accurate it is because nothing's been accurate or consistent. But I'm under the understanding that the guy that she was dating at the time was at the corner club that night. I've heard that from a couple different people, but I haven't seen anything in the documents about it, so I'm not sure. But if she was in town, I don't see why she wouldn't have been hanging out with the guy she was dating. But then again, maybe not. There's been stated a few times. I just don't know how accurate like anything is anymore. Okay, Bethany stated Kaylee was also talking to an ER and also a blank. Okay, so this is 3 guys that she's juggling at once then. Bethany stated she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention she was kind of hanging out with KD, who is a blank, and they were not serious. Is that the same guy that she recently got engaged to? Is that the same guy that she's engaged to now? Did she get like, listen, like some sort of like photo of her being at like a baseball park or whatever and she got engaged? So I don't know. But this shows that Kaylee was like apparently talking to 3 different people. I asked Bethany if she had ever heard of CG. Bethany stated she knew of C and he was also a blank. B stated C was a nice guy and knew, I'm guessing the D would be Dylan. I asked Bethany if she knew CB, that would be Cole, and she stated she did not. I asked Bethany if she knew the person behind Kaylee and Maddie at the Grub Truck video. Bethany stated she did not know who the person was. I asked Bethany if she knew a guy by the name of S something. B stated she did not know him, but stated she had heard from a friend of Maddie's, S, that her boyfriend, JF, also a blank, that he would never want to get into a fight with S as he had anger issues. I wonder if this is Showalter. I wonder if that's Showalter. I asked Bethany about who paid for the Spectrum Wi-Fi account. Bethany told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. Bethany told me the login for the password was blank and the Wi-Fi name was blank. Bethany stated she did not know what the actual username and login was for the account. I asked Bethany if she knew of anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties thrown at the house. Bethany stated 2 guys from the blank parties, JH, and another guy only she knew as R, got into a fight and were told to leave. Bethany stated this fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. I asked Bethany about AC. Bethany said A used to live, that's probably Ashlyn. That's Ashlyn Couch. Bethany said Ashlyn used to live at the house but moved out. I asked Bethany who used the bedroom on the west end of the first floor. Bethany stated Kaylee and Maddie used the room as an office. Okay. Office for what? Because it didn't look like it was like officey. It looked like it was basement-y, extra storagey. It didn't look like that, but we didn't really get like a good view either. Bethany stated they used it as an office. Bethany stated Kaylee would use it for her work and had a computer in it. Okay. See, and that makes even less sense then for her going back to her parents' house. If she had the entire bottom floor as an office that she could work in, then what was the point of her going home? That right there also hasn't really been explained very well. Literally at all. I asked Bethany if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. Bethany told me Maddie and Xana both worked at Mad Greek on Main Street. Bethany told me Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home. Bethany did not know who the company was. Bethany told me Maddie also looked for an online company, but it was not the same company. Bethany said the company Maddie worked for was out of Boise, and during the summer she had worked for them in their office in Boise. Okay, so she physically was in Boise pretty much like all summer working then? That's how it sounds. I asked Bethany about the substance use in the house and who used. Bethany told me Xana and Ethan both took Addies when they drank. Some people did say that there was a huge possibility that the crushed up blue powdery stuff next to the $2 bill could have been a crushed up Addie. Now, I know my ex-husband's sister, she would do that. She would snort Addies like that. You can tell whenever she was all out of her mind. She lost a lot of weight, got real skinny. Bethany told me she saw Ethan and Xana both using Addies the night before. Bethany told me she saw Ethan take one and she saw Xana crush one and with the $2 bill. Bethany also said she thought Kaylee also used Addies but wasn't sure. I asked Bethany if she has had any issues from any of the other people who live around them. Bethany stated besides the 3 to 4 noise complaints they had, there were no issues. Bethany told me Kaylee would look up who the registered SOs who lived in the area. Bethany stated Kaylee had found a registered SO who lived close to them in the blue apartments on Queen. Kaylee stated he was older, in his 30s to 40s. Bethany stated Kaylee was looking at the SO registry within the week or so before. Bethany stated Kaylee was into crime shows. Bethany stated there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the SO registry. So, those websites are free for your protection. So please look it up all the time. All the time. I asked Bethany about 2 other incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things had happened. Bethany told me about an incident at Winco where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. So you mean the alternate perpetrator evidence that the defense turned in is most likely the Winco stuff that they claimed they had as self-authenticating evidence that at the end of the day ended up being removed? Is that what I'm reading here? Xana was waiting in the vehicle. Bethany stated, Kaylee said the male was African American and in his late 20s. Bethany felt it happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. Bethany stated Kaylee purchased a case of White Claw for Xana. Interesting. Bethany and her roommates had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57, and they entered the house and grabbed golf clubs out of the west first floor bedroom. Bethany and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check the house. Kaylee was not home for this incident as she had gone home for the weekend. No, this was her like being back at her parents' house for like weeks and weeks, not for the weekend. Wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left that weekend. Holy crap, he did fix the door. What? What is happening? What is happening? Okay, in the interview, he does not say changed the lock. He says she changed a lot, that he was proud of her. That's where the change the lock thing chaos came from. But this is saying that they got home right before 11 a.m. and the front door was wide open and the screws on the hinges were loose from the wind blowing so hard. And so her dad had to come and basically re-bolt the front door to the frame. So there's someone watching her, Kaylee, while she's taking the dog out. She's telling people that since May, she's had some sort of stalker. And now they come home, even though Kaylee's not there at this point in time, and the door is wide open. Did they report this to the police? Did they make a police report and say, hey, somebody came into my house? They could have come in and taken DNA from around the door and done like some sort of inspection at this point if they would have called the freaking cops. I wonder if they did. I mean, it's probably going to say in a minute, but it sounds like they probably didn't. Kaylee told everyone about an incident where she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out back to go to the bathroom. Bethany could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. Okay. Bethany could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. What do you mean? But what? Ugh, wrong word. Okay. Bethany stated she had been at the chapter meeting at the time Kaylee called them asking them if they were going to be home soon. So whenever it did happen, what was she like, home by herself? That's kind of creepy. That's more than a little creepy. The following is a timeline of events of November 12th to November 13th. Bethany stated she was the last one in the house to wake up, and when she got up, Ethan was in the house, in the living room, and Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana were all gone. So this was in the morning, I guess. Bethany felt she got up sometime between 10 and 11 in the morning. Bethany stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw they were at the Taco Bell at the time. Once Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Bethany were in Kaylee's room, and they were getting ready for a party at Blank Taylor Street, the Whites. The house belonged to B, S, and K. The apartment is located on the second floor on the far east side of the apartment building. Bethany stated this was between 11 and 12 in the afternoon. Bethany stated Kaylee left for the Whites before the rest of the group. Bethany stated she left at around 2 p.m. with Maddie, Dylan, Xana, and Ethan. Hunter Johnson, J-L-Y? Is this the boyfriend's name? Is it like Lyle or something like that? K-A-B and S-S. Bethany stated she started drinking at around 11:30 or noon when still at 1122 King Road. Bethany stated she was drinking mimosas and high noons throughout the night. Bethany also stated she also played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. I mean, it sort of honestly sounds a lot like Dylan's. But Dylan's was White Claws instead of whatever this high noon stuff is. Bethany felt she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas in the standard wine glass. Bethany was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. Yeah, that pretty much sounds exactly like what Dylan said, except like it's just a different brand. Bethany stated she was at the Whites up until around 15:48 hours when she left with Xana. Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her and Xana. Bethany and Xana went to AB Place somewhere on Taylor. Bethany and Xana left there at around 16:51 and went back to 1122 King Road. Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan were all at the house and made food. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 1800 hours, Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan all went to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 2000. Bethany got up at 2000. Okay, so they took a nap for 2 hours and then got up to be able to, go and not be too tired. Once they all woke up, they got ready to go to the blank for a house party. Maddie and Bethany left first to go to P's apartment at blank at around 2100 hours. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to go to the party at blank. Ethan and Xana came over to the party after Bethany and Maddie. Dylan did not come with the rest and walked over at a later time. Maddie was not there for very long, and she went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. So at some point, Maddie was at the party. At some point, Maddie went to that party, the frat party, and then came back to leave with Kaylee. Bethany felt Maddie left sometime after 2100 hours. 2109. I just want to make sure this is the 12th going into the 13th. Okay. Yeah, because they hadn't said a word about Kaylee. About Maddie going to the party whatsoever, but she did for a little while. And then she went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. Bethany felt Maddie left around 2109. One of Bethany's friends, YA, got to the blank and hung out with her. Bethany stated Y showed up at around 2200. They stayed in one of the apartments for a little longer, and she and Y went up to the main house for the blank fraternity. Bethany stated this might have been around 2230 to 2245. Bethany states she hung out in the main part of the house for a while, and before she left the blank fraternity, she saw Ethan and Xana in P's apartment. B stated this was around 17 minutes past midnight. Bethany, okay, so then now we have verification that she did see Ethan and Xana at the party after midnight, and it wasn't just like the 8 or 9 o'clock. We finally do see where she says she sees them again. Bethany and Y went to A's house again on Taylor. Bethany stated her, J, H, K, and Y were the only ones at the house. Bethany stated she walked home at around 1 o'clock, and Dylan and L, M were the only ones in the house. Bethany, Dylan, and L were watching Vampire Diaries for a while, and at around 1:22, L left. Dylan went to her room after L left. At around 2 o'clock, Kaylee and Maddie came home. Maddie and Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany went up to Kaylee's room once they got home. Kaylee was getting ready for bed as they were hanging out in her room. Bethany, Maddie, and Dylan went downstairs, and Maddie and Bethany took Murphy outside to let him go to the bathroom. So they're not going to talk about how they were going up there to talk about going to get more food. So, okay, I guess maybe the outfit that Kaylee was wearing was her sleep clothes, but she had her earrings on. I guess some people sleep with their earrings on. I don't ever clean my makeup off, so I guess maybe she would have had her earrings on to go to sleep. Or maybe she got attacked before she could actually lay down and take them off, but she had actually changed her clothes. Maybe. Okay, Bethany only stayed outside for a short time, and then she went back into the house and put something away in her cupboard and grabbed a bag of chips. Bethany went downstairs to go to bed. Bethany stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and Bethany's demeanor when they got home. What? Maddie and B's demeanor when they got home? Is this supposed to say Kaylee? I'm guessing that's supposed to say Kaylee, and this person is just stupid. Bethany stated they both appeared to be happy. Bethany said Maddie was highly intoxicated and she had not seen her at that level of intoxication for a very long time. Bethany said when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off of Hulu. Bethany, she said she was watching Baby Daddy. See, okay, Bethany, she said she was watching Baby Daddy. And this supposed to be Maddie's watching Baby Daddy. All of this is ridiculous. Like, come on, keep it together. Like, why are we back and forth with this and not realizing the errors that we're making? Bethany could not remember the episode she was watching or how long she was watching. As she was watching the show, Maddie came downstairs and asked her if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him. Bethany told her no. Bethany said her door was locked and she normally locks her door when she goes to bed. Bethany told me she eventually turned off the show and her iPad and went to sleep. Bethany said she woke up after falling asleep to hearing what she felt was a firecracker go off, and she thought she saw a sparkler going off under the crack under her door. Bethany stated she did not know what happened. Either Bethany called Dylan or Dylan called Bethany, and Dylan stated she thought she'd just seen someone dressed in all black in the house. But to come into the house with like some sort of flash bomb, like, are you trying to wake everyone up? I'm not really quite sure what that's supposed to even like tell me. I'm just not sure what that's supposed to even tell me. Bethany said Xana had been wearing all black. Dylan responded by saying she thought he had a ski mask on. Bethany said she didn't really know what to say to what Dylan said. Bethany admitted both her and Dylan get scared easy. So scared. Seeing flashes, hearing noises, Dylan hearing screaming, so scared, cry wolf, oh my God, a pan fell in the kitchen. But the one time there's really something going on, no one calls no one. No one calls no one. Miss me with this bullshit, bro. Actions speak louder than words. I don't give a damn about your little scaredy cat, oh my God, bullshit. Your actions prove that that's a lie. So why they keep trying to pretend like they're these little bitty scaredy cats? I'm sorry? I'm sorry. And let's also just remember, they're trying to say that Dylan has like all of these mental issues and stuff now, mental health issues and all these issues, like it just happened. Never mind, in the original court documents, we have Dylan saying that she's been having these issues like pretty much her entire life. That she's constantly having dreams about people chasing her, that she watches murder shows and goes to sleep to scary stuff, that she's been this way. The bullshit is wild. The bullshit is wild. Bethany even thought maybe one of Ethan's frat brothers could have been playing a joke. Bethany told Dylan to come down to her room, and Dylan ran down to her room. So again, she's hearing screaming, the other one's seeing flashbangs, and everyone's like, let's just go to sleep. Okay, and you woke up at 11 o'clock. Bethany tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan's phones, and nobody answered. Bethany said it was normal for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan not to answer if they were sleeping if she called late at night. For all four to just not answer, but you're like hearing stuff all over the place. I'm sorry. Bethany looked at her phone, and it showed Bethany called Dylan at 4:19 and at 4:20. Dylan called Bethany back. During the call, Bethany asked Dylan if she heard a firecracker, and Dylan said she did. So not only is Dylan hearing screaming, but Dylan is also hearing firecrackers. So they're hearing the same noises and still not calling the cops. Bethany could not recall if it was during this call where Dylan was talking about seeing someone in black walking in the house. Okay, whenever Bethany asked Dylan if she heard a firecracker, did Dylan ask Bethany if she heard Kaylee screaming? I think that's a good question. Once Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. Bethany told me Dylan said the male in black was walking out of the back door and they had made eye contact with each other. And you didn't call the cops. Unbelievable. Bethany said Dylan said the male was white with a big nose. I was asking that question. That was actually said in court. Ann Taylor lied. I think Ann Taylor lied. I swear something in court was said about a big nose, and Ann Taylor tried to say that that wasn't what was said at all. And then portions of the conversations came out in the documents, and nothing about a big nose was in there. Because I remember we went through it, and I was like, oh, she didn't say nothing. That's interesting. This is coming from Bethany. Bethany said Dylan said the male was white with a big nose and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum type object. So the vacuum type object came from Bethany's recollection of what Dylan said. But whenever Dylan's being talked to, she's pointing to her stomach area, belt area, and even pointing to the possibility that it could have been a gun. Okay. Bethany and Dylan did not call 911 at the time because Bethany thought Dylan was imagining what she was talking about. Honey, baby, you were experiencing it at the same time. What do you mean? You're the one who asked her if she heard a firecracker. You're the one who's seeing sparkles underneath your door. So we're going to blame Dylan's hysteria for you not doing anything whenever you're the one asking her if she experienced things? Are we serious? This is ignorant. This is straight the hell up ignorant. Bethany stated both her and Dylan were both still drunk and they were very groggy. Well, she was adding contacts to her phone and y'all stayed up all night, so miss me with the bullshit. Bethany told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy barking. So you weren't woken up by the firecracker. Yo ass had been awake listening to Murphy. How many more lies? How many more lies? Also says she thought she heard the beer pong table moving and cups falling. That would be a struggle and bodies being thrown up against tables. The beer pong table was located in the living room, which is above Bethany's bedroom. Bethany stated she was not sure what the sequence of events were for sure, but she knows she heard Murphy bark, the beer pong table, and then the firecracker first before she called Dylan to see if she'd heard the same thing. So you're sitting here saying you didn't call the cops because you thought Dylan was tripping, but you're experiencing all this other shit? I'm sorry? You're hearing bodies being thrown into a beer pong table in a struggle. And instead you're like, oh, just come to my room. It's fine. What is happening? What is happening? Arrest them both just for freaking lying. I don't care about the rest of it at this point. I mean, I care. But at this point, that's obstruction of justice to lie to the police like this. Wake up at 11 o'clock. Oh, I didn't wake up till I heard a firecracker. Oh, but by the way, I heard this too. Why do the stories keep changing? This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Bethany told me she tried calling Xana and Maddie at 4:21 and then tried calling Ethan at 4:22. Bethany stated she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana several more times once Dylan got into her room. Bethany told me when she went to bed, she remembers most of the lights being left on inside the house. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've been questioning the light situation. And considering it doesn't really sound like a lot of people were actually asleep. I mean, because Dylan's even explaining that right before the firecracker, or right before the scream, shall I say, because Dylan's recollection, she's not saying anything about a firecracker. That's coming from Bethany. So Dylan hears a whole scream. And right before the scream, she says it sounds like Maddie is like dancing with Murphy to music. And that's also something that was said in court because they said something about music and singing. Bethany stated she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, Xana several more times once Dylan got into her room. So you're trying to tell me that Dylan went down there and didn't say, oh my God, I just saw Xana on the floor. I'm sorry. You're discussing, fireworks and sparkles and shit and beer pong tables and cups moving and dogs barking and none of those other things get mentioned. Bethany told me after trying to contact the other roommate, she fell back to sleep and then woke up around 7:30 and tried calling her dad about her tooth. That's where it's coming from. So it's funny because in her first interview, she lied and said, I didn't wake up till 11. And now she's saying, oh, I woke up at 7:30. So y'all aren't going to do shit about the fact she lied about that? That's insane to me. And I'm sorry. If you know that you have a toothache, why are you calling your dad? He's just going to tell you to take something. How old are you, bro? And I also don't believe that that was the reason. Because she's like frantically trying to get a hold of her parents. And you're not frantically trying to get a hold of your freaking parents at 7:30, at 8 o'clock, at 8:02, at 8:01, at 8:09 for you to take a damn Advil, ma'am. I don't believe this at all. I don't believe this at all. Plus, on top of this, while she's making all these phone calls, she's also calling like their house number, from what it sounds. And there's an unknown person. They have her calling somebody else besides her parents. It says unknown. So who else are you calling about your tooth if your daddy's a dentist and that's why you calling? Who's the unknown person and why are you calling them? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Bethany then fell back asleep. No, you didn't. Bethany woke up at around 1100 hours and noticed no one else in the house was up. Bethany stated she knew this because Xana's Snapchat location was not on and it should have been. So then you're telling me that Dylan went down there and didn't say to you, I just saw Xana laying on the floor. So she's answering you about a firecracker. She's hearing a scream that she's not even asking Bethany if she heard the scream. And she's not telling Bethany that she saw Xana on the ground. Bethany and Dylan got scared because they should have been up. Bethany then called her friend, probably Jenna. It's one of the J's. I've already like lost track because of all these initials and how freaking aggravated I am by this shit. And told her that she and Dylan were scared and asked if she could come over and get them. Dylan then called Emily and asked her to come over. Dylan and Bethany knew Emily was with Hunter, so they knew he would come over with her. Hunter arrived at the house and came through the front door. Hunter went up to the stairs first, and when she and Dylan went up the stairs, Hunter turned around and told Dylan and Bethany to get out of the house and to call for help. Bethany stated she could see Xana on the floor of her bedroom. So now this is where Bethany saw her, but beforehand we were told Dylan saw her. I've been doing that a lot. Dylan saw her as she was going to Bethany's room 8 hours before this. Bethany said Xana was wearing underwear and a sweatshirt. Bethany stated the door was partially open and stated the door should normally be closed. Bethany called 911 and was trying to talk to the dispatcher, but was having a hard time talking. See, it was Bethany. So why are people changing it around? Bethany had to give the phone to her friend so she could talk to the dispatcher. This friend literally said, I had to take the phone from Dylan. That comes out of her own face on the Amazon series. She literally says it, that she took the phone from Dylan. Which was it? Which one was your friend? Which one did you take the phone from? This is dumb. I asked Bethany if she has ever seen Xana on the floor like that, like she did that morning. Bethany told me she has never seen this, but has heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past when she was highly intoxicated. Bethany told me Hunter went back into the house. Bethany could not remember if J or E went into the house. Bethany told me she believed Hunter grabbed a knife from the kitchen when he went back inside the house. Bethany stated the police arrived as she was still on the phone and she disconnected with dispatch. Bethany did not provide any further information related to this incident. I am... What the freaking frack did I just read? Unbelievable. You're hearing a struggle. You're hearing a table move. You're hearing cups falling. You're hearing a dog barking. You're seeing sparks under your door. You're hearing what sounds like a firework. You have somebody else in your house calling you saying, yes, I heard the firework. Oh my God, what's going on? There's someone in the house. Something's happening. Neither one of you two idiots call the cops. There is no excuse after hearing all these details that anyone that gives these girls a pass, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you and your life and the things that you allow, because I be damned. I be damned. This is insane. Oh my God. Oh my God. Calm down, bro. Is it time to take my blood pressure pill yet? Is it tomorrow morning? No. What? I cannot believe the amount of just blatant lies about these two full-grown ass women who sleep around and do whatever they want to and pay bills and get alcohol bought for them even though they're underage and have figured out how to do everything else, including lie. I cannot believe what they are trying to make us believe about these two. I don't understand this. I don't care how old my kid was. If I was Dylan and Bethany's parents reading this shit, I would be taking my belt and handling business on that ass, no matter how old they were. I am sorry. If I were the victims' families, I would be a complete threat to these two's lives, even more now after reading this. I've said that before. If I were in their shoes, there would be, oh, they don't owe me any answers. It's fine. Are you serious? I am disgusted. That right there. I'm glad I looked over right on time. Where is it? Right there. I have always questioned this, and I know that there's injuries and whatnots, and I know how bad it sounds. But whenever things happen, I've seen people survive insane shit. Insane injuries I've seen survival. If somebody would have called the damn cops, maybe somebody would have lived. I don't care what some coroner who showed up 1,000 million hours later and gave a bunch of false freaking descriptive words about what happened to Kaylee to minors on the phone. I don't give a damn what she had to say. And all of this would have came out at trial. So after listening to all this, go back and look at Dylan's little act again and tell me, how believable is that? Go look at the photos. Because, you know, she's far away on the camera, but go look at the photos. Her face ain't red. Her blush never fades. Her makeup stays perfectly flawless. Unbelievable. Tyson Barrett on 1/3 of 23. So at this part, they've already arrested him. And there's nothing in here yet about him. This is property release, Captain Barrett. On the morning of 1/2/23, I received a call from KL that her blank TC was driving to Moscow to retrieve. Okay, this was Karen Laramie. Has to be Karen. It's about Maddie. Madison Mogen's car and personal belongings. I emailed L a property release form and she signed it and sent it back. I can't. I'm so mad. I am like so beyond angry right now. Okay. 1/2/23 at about 10:44 hours, I received a call from C indicating he was on his way to Moscow. I met C at the Moscow City shop at approximately 1300 hours. C collected Madison Mogen's personal belongings consisting of 7 boxes, 1 tote, and a suitcase/bag. 2 of the boxes were flat and contained a mirror and other items. C and his associate J.M. put Mogen's car on a flatbed trailer to tow home. C signed for the items, and I took a photo of the release along with his driver's license. Whew. We're on number 92. And this one does not need redactions. Linear disaster service response, whatever that means. Okay. 1/4 of 23. Okay, so at this point, they had to have done a press conference and everything else when it came to Kohberger's arrest. So this is crazy. They still ain't saying anything. I guess it might be in the next drop of stuff. Because we're in the 90s now. We've gone through 40 of these so far. Linear disaster service response. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 0845 hours, disaster services responded to 1122 King Road to being cleaning the residents of biohazards and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. This was a prearranged response. As members of disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers, I received a call from Latell County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, Mr. Thompson advised me that a judge's order has just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. That's because they were getting ready for the search warrant. Or no, this was afterwards. I thought they stopped it like, okay, yeah, this is December 30th. Okay, that's what I was about to say. I know it was like the same day that all this stuff ended up breaking, that they like stopped doing stuff in the house, which is still really stupid to me because they had his name on the 19th. They started digging into stuff. I think the 24th was the first warrant with his name on it, if I remember correctly, the 24th of November. No, December. No, that's a lie too. December 24th was the first warrant date. So why didn't you stop this then, knowing that you were about to go in and like arrest someone and that was going to be enough to stop all of this? Like, why did you wait until then? I mean, I know it's like the 30th, but still, like that stuff was scheduled to like be a go ahead, even after everything was like a go ahead, you know? At that point, I instructed the disaster service crew members to stop. I confirmed that the door to the residence had not been opened and no one had entered the residence yet. I checked the evidence tape on the door to ensure the seal had not been broken. I stood by while all of the equipment was loaded back into the response trailer and the entire team left the area. I mean, honestly, if somebody were to come in and take that tape off, go inside, do whatever the hell they wanted to, and then walk back out and put a new piece of evidence tape because they happen to have some, could you tell? Serious question. I returned the scene back over to the Northern State Security Guard and replaced the barricade tape across the parking area entrance. I left the scene at the time. Okay. Number 93. Being written after the arrest, but talking about Othram and stuff going, you know, for the DNA. Why is it being written so long after the fact? November 21st, 2022, and it's being written on 1/4 after the arrest. Why? Where's the original? You're telling me that you waited this long to do this? Where's the original from before you had Bryan Kohberger's name and from whenever all this stuff was first going on in November? Where are those? Because I don't think that we've even like seen anything about the DNA yet. Like we've seen stuff about the sheath, but I don't think at this point we've read anything about the DNA so far. So why the hell are these so far apart? Oh, they did take an airplane. See, I swear during the closed sessions, they said they were driving. Okay, November 21st, 2022. I traveled from Moscow, Idaho to Meridian, Idaho to drop off evidence at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory located at blank in Meridian. After getting evidence checked into the lab, I signed for a DNA profile, which had been generated by the ISP Forensic Lab. This DNA profile was collected from a knife sheath, which was found by ISP investigators from District 2 during the initial search of 1122 King Road on November 13th. This right here is actually beautiful to know when it comes to FOIA. Because I actually FOIA'd ISP already, and they closed my shit out because everything was still technically under seal until after sentencing. So it's going to be time to do another one real soon here. The sheath had been transported to the lab by ISP troopers. The DNA profile was stored in a vial, which was then packaged in an evidence envelope by ISP lab technicians and properly sealed with evidence tape. I signed the package showing I was taking possession of it on 11/21/22, sometime between 1630 and 1700 hours Mountain Time. Once I took possession of the DNA profile, it stayed in the box provided to me by the ISP lab until 11/22/22 at around 1330 hours when I removed it from the box and placed it in a small backpack. The backpack then stayed in my possession. The only time it was not physically holding the backpack, I think that means I was not physically holding the backpack. Who the frick is writing this? Blaker. So the forensic guy that testified in January meant Blaker when he said that he went with a Boise cop and that the Boise cop had it in his possession the whole time. Where is the mention of the other guy being with him, though? I don't see him saying anything about anyone else being with him. And I'm pretty positive We went over the closed session transcripts, and it was a forensic scientist guy from ISP being talked to, and he said that he went with this damn thing. And he's not talking about anybody going with him. The only time I was not physically holding the backpack was whenever I went through TSA security at the Boise airport. I was able to see the backpack as it went through the security system and subsequent check of my carry-on by TSA security. The envelope the DNA system was in never left the backpack at any time during the security check by TSA. I arrived in Houston, Texas at around 1400 hours Central Time. I traveled to Othram, Inc., which is located at blank in the Woodlands, Texas. I arrived at Othram at around 1510 hours. I handed the envelope with the DNA profile to JF, employee for Othram. We completed the chain of evidence paperwork, both on the envelope and also on a form provided to me by Othram. I have burned all these files onto a DVD, which was booked into evidence. Where is the mention of the damn scientist guy? Bro, I know I'm not crazy. Where is this damn transcript? I'm about to pull it up. Oh my God, it literally opened up to the freaking page I wanted to. I didn't even search for nothing, guys. I literally opened the damn page, the document, and it literally was on page 96. This is exactly, it literally says, I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to Othram Laboratory. It literally opened up to what I was looking for. That's creepy, bro. That's creepy, bro. Okay, so who is this that she's talking to? Because the story just changed. Here comes another clip of what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Who are you talking to, Anne? Up, 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 up. Where is this? Come on. Who is this? Come on, we're almost there. I know we are because these questions are getting like, okay. Matthew Gamet. Matthew Gamet is an employee with the Idaho State Police Forensic Service Lab. And it says down here on page 96, this is all his conversation with Anne asking him questions. Okay. Was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? No, I don't believe so. How did they get the DNA? The DNA sample itself? The DNA sample was delivered by Moscow Police Department in person to them at Othram Labs. Okay. So right there he says Moscow Police Department, but then down here he says a Boise officer. Okay. Did you have any role in that part? I did. What did you do? I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the lab. Bro. So where's mention of Matthew Gamet in anything that was just written by Mr. Blaker here? Now, I also want to show y'all this since I'm into showing y'all shit right now. I found, remember how I've been telling y'all for a while and we've talked about it before, and I'm sure plenty of you guys remember this. Please tell me that it's on here because I know I saved it. Okay. When I said that Judge had something written about having issues with chain of whatever, transport of items. Okay. I'm going to give y'all this link. This is the document from back in, well, it was put into the record July 14th, 2023. This is the temporary order sealing stipulation and order regarding returns of evidentiary items pending hearing. And Judge wrote, the court has concerns about transport of items, and he signed it. I always felt like this had to do with the DNA sample that we're now getting two different freaking stories about. So there better be another one. Like number 94 better have something about there being two people. And of course it's not. We finally have one for freaking Bryan Kohberger. So we're just going to jump past the lie that they just said about Othram and go straight into Kohberger Gmail warrant. What is happening? Was there a scientist with this cop whenever he took it down there or not? I'm going to get whiplash like real soon here. Okay. Kohberger warrant service. This is the first one that we're seeing with his name on it. Lawrence Mowry, 1/4/23. On January 3rd, 2023, I applied and was granted a warrant for data related to the email address of blank@gmail.com. On January 3rd, 2023, at approximately 15:17 hours, the warrant was served via the Google Law Enforcement portal. On January 4th, 2022, I received an email from Google stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. I logged into the Google LERS portal, and the files were downloaded to the forensic computers located on the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. And then it says that he completed the return receipt and sent the receipt to Google, and the data will be examined at my earliest convenience. I cannot believe the bullshit, bro. Let's just not even talk about the lies of the DNA. I am just wow. UPS. Okay, it was UPS. Okay, yeah, this is the one that I was that's crazy that they want cameras for certain areas. Okay, so 1/4/23 is whenever this was written. On December 2nd, 2022. So this is before they even sent anything off, I don't remember the date they sent anything off, but this is before they had anything back. This is before the 10th and then before the 19th. So this is all before. December 2nd, 2022. Corporal Brett Payne was granted a warrant for video obtained by UPS. So not the United States Postal Service, but the United Parcel Service. On December 5th, 2022, at approximately 08:34, the warrant was served via email to that email address. On December 5th, 2022, I received an email from UPS stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. I provided a download link, and the files were downloaded to the forensic computer located in the secure forensic computer lab at MPD. And then he completed the returned warrant receipt and then sent an email to UPS. I want to know what was on there, what they were actually looking for with those cameras. Okay, so this is them towing the vehicles. And this is Dustin Blaker. And this is 1/4/23. Now we have the Jeep Wrangler, the Ford Explorer, and the Chevy Cruze. On November 29th, 2022, I was tasked with, it's on the right page, yeah. I was tasked with having 5 vehicles from 1122 King Road moved to the city shop located on North Van Buren. Blank towing was the only vehicle able to accommodate the towing of the vehicles. I watched blank hook up to each vehicle, and I then followed each vehicle from 1122 King Road to the city shop. On 11/29/22, I met with DA, FBI DFE agent out of Salt Lake City. I assisted Agent A with removing the ECU from the Jeep Wrangler belonging to Ethan Chapin. After the ECU was removed, I took possession of it and booked it into property. Why? I've always questioned what they really wanted with that. And remember, we were told by Ethan's family, that the Jeep and his golf clubs were not just being kept as evidence, but apparently they were being kept by the defense at that time as evidence. So I was under the impression that they walked to the party, but maybe that would be wrong since they got to the party after Maisy's formal. So maybe that's why they wanted his Jeep info. On 11/30/22, Officer Aaron Morris was with Agent A when he removed the ECUs from a Ford Explorer belonging to Ethan Chapin. So maybe it was in his name, but Maisy was driving it. But that doesn't make any sense either, because according to what we heard in the series and in the book, Maisy didn't have a ride to get there. Whenever her brother called her the morning that all this happened, she had to get a ride from someone. The Ford Explorer thing is sort of kind of throwing me off. And a Chevy Cruze belonging to Maddie Mogen. Officer Morris took possession of the ECUs, and I assisted him with booking them into property. The ECUs were then shipped to Salt Lake City so the FBI could retrieve data from them. Once they were done, they shipped the ECUs back to the PD. I received a large package around December 22nd, 2022. I opened the package on 12/27/22. So you wait 5 days before you open a package that has evidence in it. I found 3 ECUs in the box. We were told Agent A would not be able to come back to Moscow for several weeks to reinstall the ECUs. Well, like any mechanic, could do it. I contacted KR, Blank's fleet supervisor. I asked R if he and his mechanics could reinstall the ECUs, and he told me he could. That's what I'm about to say. Anybody can. I provided him with the ECUs, and they had them installed the same day. Jesus. Okay. Number 97. Dustin Blaker again. Transport of the deceased to blank. Okay, so this was written on 11/4 of 23, and this is about the body removal. Lots of people have been questioning that because we didn't get to watch it on camera because for some reason some people think that that's normal and it's not. So let's see what this has to say. Narrative. On November 13th, 2022, I was at 1122 King Road assisting with a homicide investigation and a search warrant at the address. But again, why are we waiting until 1/4/23 to write this? Why are we waiting until after you have an arrest to write about the bodies coming out of the house? Why wasn't this written up as soon as it was done and over with? I don't understand that. Okay. Blank was called to remove the 4 deceased and then transport them to Spokane for autopsies to be performed. At around 21:28 hours, I had Officer Jay Waters follow Blank when they transported Xana and Ethan from 1122 King Road to their facility. I had Officer Waters stay at Blank with Xana and Ethan so they could return to transport Kaylee in Madison, so they did 2 at a time. I followed Blank from 1122 King Road back to their facility after they collected Kaylee in Madison. And notice the time. It's late. It's late in the night. Once at Blank, I watched PH, and I guess this is their credential, place name tags on the 4 deceased along with corresponding numbers to help identify them. I then placed evidence tape on the body bags, sealing the bags up until they arrive in Spokane and the autopsies can be completed. I photographed the evidence tape, and I have burned these photos into a DVD, which was booked into evidence. I then saw H place the 4 deceased into a cooler located in his facility. So they were held here, basically, to like a morgue. I'm not seeing where this is actually like the place in Spokane. I then placed evidence tape on the body bags, sealing the bags up until they arrive in Spokane. Yeah, so this is like a local morgue. Okay. Okay. This one is Lawrence Mallory, and this is an Alon warrant service. I remember seeing this one, like in the warrants themselves. Okay. 1/4/23. On December 22nd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for financial records from Elon Financial Services for Kaylee Goncalves. A P1 FCU debit card was found with Goncalves' name on it in her residence. The warrant was requested to see if any financial transactions could be located showing evidence in her murder. FBI S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to Elon Financial. On December 22nd, 2022, at approximately 18:25, the warrant was served via email to blank@usbank.com. On January 5th, 2023, I received an email from S.A. Douglas providing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Elon, and there's the email. In examining the data, it appeared the account was registered to LL, Kaylee Goncalves' who? So it was registered to someone else, but had Kaylee's name on the card? Maybe a grandparent? Maybe a grandparent? Okay, so we got number 99. Lawrence Mallory, Blue Ridge Warrant Services. I'm pretty sure this is a knife place. I think I remember seeing this before. Okay. Steve, why are we just now writing up about warrants on December 12th in January after you've gotten an arrest? On December 12, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for sale records from Blue Ridge Knives for K-Bar KA1217S USMC fighting knife sheath and known purchases and quantities of Blue Ridge Knives from K-Bar, including on or about 3/8 of 22, the purchase of 360 units, and on or about 6/24/22, the purchase of 480 units. I do remember reading this part. I've seen this part before. Blue Ridge Knives is a wholesaler for K-Bar knives and sheaths. FBI S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to Elon Financial. On December 13th, 2022, at approximately 07:54, the warrant was served via email to that email address. On December 16th, 2022, I received an email from S.A. Douglas providing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located on the secure forensic computer lab, same thing as always, and then emailed a copy where he had to email a copy. Number 100. We are done for the night. After this, right at almost midnight too. Okay. How long have we been on? 3:40. Well, I wanted to get all 50 done in this one drop. So we might do 2 3.5-hour lives again tomorrow, just to be able to try to get through all this shit, because there's a lot of information and I'm like overload, but we need to know all of this because this is like the more real information when it comes to the timeline. Like, how are we this far in and we're just now finding out that Maddie and Dylan both at some point ended up at the same damn party that Ethan and Xana and Bethany was at? Flashbangs, ping pong table going everywhere, cups everywhere, dog barking. Oh my God. I am just I'm so aggravated with this whole thing. Extreme Network Warrant. On December 22nd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for Extreme Network to assist in unlocking a laptop located in the residence located at 1122 King Road. Well, the laptop was being used by Kaylee Goncalves as a paid employee of Extreme Networks. The warrant requested permission for Extreme Networks to unlock or provide a password for the laptop. Sergeant Neil Orrig assisted in the forensic examination of the laptop. I forwarded the warrant to Sergeant Orrig, who then served the warrant on December 12, 2022 at approximately 15:19 via this email. HUPD@harvard.edu? Harvard University Police Department. They sent it to Harvard to have it unlocked? Why couldn't Extreme Networks just get into the system and unlock it for them? Okay. On December 14th, 2022, Sergeant Ulrich received an email providing the encryption key for the laptop. This allowed the data from the laptop to be forensically acquired and examined by the sergeant. Why, again, did they not get information? Why didn't they just get this unlocked from the company? I'm confused by that. I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit, sent the receipt to Extreme. Well, it's saying that Extreme Networks' email address is Harvard University Police Department. Is that what they're trying to say this is? What does Extreme Networks have to do with Harvard? That's confusing. A copy of the receipt was emailed to Extreme Networks ___ at HUPD@harvard.edu. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I don't know. What the frick? Yeah, the company. It's Extreme Networks. It's Extreme Networks, like themselves. So why is Extreme Networks not giving them the password? Why is Extreme Networks email address at Harvard University Police Department at edu.edu? What is happening? This is wild. This is wild. Going back in and like making sure that I like clip certain things in order to make sure that people hear certain things, because these are really long and there's nothing I can do about it. Every single one of these documents has to be read in full. They just have to be. So I'm going to have to go in and clip some of these things in order for them to be actually paid attention to. Because unlike y'all that can sit here and actually listen to everything, so many people just can't. They'd rather it in short spurts, not even paying attention to the fact that if they listen to 10 short spurt videos in, you know, all these different time frames, smaller videos, they could have just listened to the whole thing all together instead of having to listen to all these separate things. But, you know, it is what it is. It's not everyone's fault that they've made us goldfish. Jesus Christ. The stuff from Bethany was wild. You're hearing a struggle. You're hearing a ping pong table being moved and cups falling because something is moving it. You're hearing a dog barking. You're hearing a firecracker and seeing sparkly things like light, like a flashbang. Everyone's tripping and no one does anything. Even after Dylan says, yeah, I heard it too. But then again, we still don't see Dylan asking Bethany, did you hear that scream? This is wild. I know I missed some colory stuff. Let me see what's going on. Thank you for the $2. Someone in the chat said they're taking my lives down. Well, they can try. My lives are fine. I don't have anything wrong with my channel. I haven't gotten any notifications. They also can't like take my lives down for going over documents. They'd have to go in and take down like every single news channel ever. And it's funny how people like sit here and they like subscribe just to run their stupid ass mouths like without their fingers' consent. Like it's actually pretty rude. Honestly, I have no notifications. My lives are fine. So somebody needs to like go to sleep and get a better hobby. But thank you for letting me know that somebody's in here being stupid. Y'all just need to block those people. I should have been paying attention to the color things. I'll have to go in and check the name and just go block them. If they want to block my lives for reading, try to do something stupid to my lives for reading documents, and they're just fucking stupid. Thank you for the 50. Not today, Alistair. This entire case is not making any sense. I'm confident that's not the last we hear. Thank you so much for your diligence and logic. You're a star, Jules. Well, thank you very much. It's a lot of information. Astrom B21. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Your daughter subbed? Well, welcome, Letitia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dan gifted 1 membership. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Melissa Jones became a member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sounds of sirens could have saved lives. Maybe. Very possibly. Very possibly. Oh, there you are. Hello, hello, hello. RV's been in here for a super, super long time. It keeps cutting me off about every 5 minutes. I saw somebody after the last live ended say that they went to go try to watch it over. No, I don't use mods because that means that people have to have access to the back end of my channel. I don't trust people. I've seen way too much stuff go on whenever people have mods and allow people like certain accesses to their channels. And there's always some like back end drama and all this other crazy shit. So no, I don't have mods. I just block people whenever they piss me off or whenever they come in here crossing a line, because people that with differences of opinion are welcome in here all day long. Y'all talk to each other fine. It's whenever certain trolls come in here that act stupid, they get kicked out. Member for 2 months. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, this whole case is wild. This is just insane. Yeah, see, like Miller Time is like somebody who really believes that Bryan is guilty. He's got 1,000 million questions and he doesn't like the 911 call and he thinks it's fake as hell and definitely like scripted. But he thinks Bryan's guilty. And we can talk about stuff all the time. Thank you. There's so many documents. My God. And we're learning like so much. Like the creepiness of this Cole guy, it really is standing out to me. And one reason is something I can't even like share with y'all. It's something I was told by somebody who's really close to this case that has something to do with this guy. And I can't even like say anything. So the fact that they keep saying that he's like real creepy and they found like construction type work gloves outside the house. Just insane shit. Yeah. What about that guy? What about that guy who was telling people that he followed Maddie and Xana from the college to the Mad Greek and then followed them somehow to their own freaking house and was in the house at some point whenever they got there and was like, I could have taken him out anytime I wanted to. What? And then all of the blood in Showalter's apartment? What? Like, how can you not be WTF about this case? Even if you are someone that thinks that Bryan is guilty, dead to rights, blah, 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 whatever. How could you not have 1.5 million questions? Like, if you think any of this is normal, you are so biased that you're basically brainwashed. I'm sorry, but that's where you are. If you see all of this and you're not asking questions, if you see all of this coming out, that's a complete farce, that's made up, that's a narrative, that's bullshit. If you don't see where the lies begin, why are you here? You're not here to find out facts. You're here to fuel your hatred. That's all you're here for. There's lots of channels like that. But we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys. That's fine with me. I'll be the bad guy. At least the bad guys have brains and can think for themselves. Thank you very muchos. Okay. Yeah, where's all the stuff that came from his apartment? Where's the results for any of that stuff? So much. And that second interview from Bethany, whoa. So at some point, Maddie left and went to the party and then came back. Then they went to the corner club. So was the corner club not like the original plan? Or maybe it was. Or if it was, what's the point of making an appearance at the party without Kaylee? What was Kaylee doing? Just sitting at home while Maddie went to the party for a few minutes? And now we have Bethany now seeing Ethan and Xana at the party at 12:17, right before she takes off and goes somewhere else, before then going home. This is insane. Okay. I didn't even like finish the coffee I made. It's still like up to here. I'm about to go clean it out and make me some chamomile lavender tea again with some honey, because what the frick it was this. And my throat hurts. I'm going to be talking a lot for the next few days. This is insane. I'm going to have to like print out some of these and like highlight them and just like think. I'm really an analog person. Like I'm not, it's cool to have them where I can pull them up and share them with you guys, but I'd much rather have all this printed out and in my hands. I'm a very analog human. All right, it's 12:10. Y'all go get some sleep. I will be back at some point tomorrow. I'm going to try to make it earlier than it was today because I really didn't want to go live as late as I did today. I know it was like 2:30ish, I think it was. It ended up being later because I created a new logo-ish thing for a shirt and had a hat made with the monkeys on it and ordered that. And it was supposed to have been here on the 22nd. And then I got a notification saying that it was delivered, and my big butt walks outside all the way to the mailbox and it's not there. So I'm pissed. So I'm like, okay, maybe it was a scan mistake. Maybe they scanned it in at the post office and it'll be here tomorrow. Let me just wait. So I wait, and then it's not there again. So then I'm like, okay, well, I just saw the mail person pass now today. Let me go check and see if maybe it's there again. It's been 2 days. No, it's not there. And then my local post office doesn't answer the damn phone. It rings like 30,000 times. No one ever answers. So then I have to call the main office and make like a report and tell them how much it cost me and like all these things. And so either they're going to reimburse me or they're going to find my shit. Because how dare they lie to me and tell me my stuff's outside. And this is not something that anybody would have been able to just like have. And anyone around me would like know who, they know my name, so they would know to bring it to me, because anybody know even I'm even on YouTube in this neighborhood. So that's why I was late, because I was trying to argue with 2 different people. It was DHL and then it went to USPS. So hopefully in the morning I don't have to do like any of this stuff, and it's just 11 o'clock. I think 11 o'clock is the time I plan on being on tomorrow. No, I don't have an Amazon wish list. I don't know how to, I don't honestly want to do those because I don't like people buying me stuff. And I have a feeling like a lot of people would probably be sending me stuff. Because I know over on Down the Rabbit Hole News, a lot of people send her kid stuff all the time. And that's just weird to me. I can't have that kind of stuff. It's just too much. Is it the same one that we watched the other day before the sentencing, or is it after? It was nice to meet you, Letitia. Interesting. Yeah, that was whenever I lived in Irving. The honor killings. There's another situation kind of like that going on in the news right now. Crazy stuff. I can't. I grew up getting my ass beat by my mother anytime I brought anything home from school. Because I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, and I saw her bring home stuff for holidays and Christmases and things, and it was fine for her to do it. But if I would bring home a birthday card or a Valentine's card, I would get the crap beat out of me by a hanger or whatever she could grab. So it's hard for me to accept things, but it's also why I overdo things for other people. I know I need therapy, but at least I'm self-aware. Thank you for the $4.99. Wit, new interview with Olivia on the interview room after. Oh, I am very tired. Wait until I drink my lavender tea. Then I'm going to be out like a light. I've honestly thought about it, but I know that a bunch of assholes will try to call in, and I'm not trying to deal with them, so probably not. Probably not. She says she had to change her script after her dad talked in court. Olivia said that. Oh, did she say anything about how the camera angle got moved whenever her dad pulled that crap at the podium? My grandma thinks that she's one of the 144,000 anointed. It was a life. I'll do videos about it eventually on my other channel. I'll have to listen to that interview. We also have to finish the book and like 1,000 other things. But these documents are priority. But I will go listen to what she has to say because I was curious. I probably will do a review on it. I'll probably just tell y'all what I thought about it, because at this point, I don't really care what they have to say. I don't care what they have to say at this point. We've got the documents. We've got the proof coming out. We've got the documents coming out. We've got more stuff going to be unsealed. We have more agencies that are going to be finally answering stuff. I don't care what they have to say. No, I've not gotten the 911 call from like an actual agency yet. But that was also whenever there was all kinds of drama. So I'm going to try again. Lunesta is incredible for insomnia. I'm scared to take medications for that. I'm scared to take sleep meds because of my kids. Well, thank you, Mr. Mojo. Yeah, but no, I'm scared to take anything for sleep. Like even melatonin. I tried melatonin before. I don't ever get like hangovers because I never really ever drink past a point to where I would ever get a hangover. But if I ever were to get a hangover, I would imagine it would feel the way the melatonin makes me feel. Like I can't take melatonin. It makes me feel like crap the next day. I have a headache. It sucks. So I just stick with, no, you can say that all you want to, Dave. You can say that all you want to. Yeah, to stick with like lavender, chamomile stuff. I use a lot of essential oils. Dr. Teal's like bath sprays. I'm obsessed with that stuff. Bath stuff for Dr. Teal's too. Like I've got like all the eucalyptus and all of the lavender one. The melatonin sprays and stuff. Like if I use melatonin products, I'm fine. If I ingest melatonin, I feel like I'm dying after sleeping, which is wild. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here now. I don't usually even talk like all of that, but I'm obviously delusional right now. I'm so freaking tired. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow morning sometime. You guys be great. Y'all get some sleep. Don't let all of this just like as more than it needs to, because god dang if there's not more to come tomorrow. Oh, I cannot wait to just get the points out of all this, because this is a lot. Okay, let me roll my little ending thingy right here. Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. Okay, you guys have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. See y'all.